So Amanda Seales was on the he was on Jubilee. Amanda Seales was on Jubilee having a debate with black conservatives, and a lot of what she was saying is echoing the foundational Black American grassroots. So is Amanda Seales doing a soft rebrand of herself? We're going to find out.
The price of freedom is death. We're coming to get our check.
Family, welcome to the Afro YouTube channel. I appreciate you all for listening, liking, subscribing, all of that. We're going to have a lot of things we're going to break down tonight. Okay, we have much to discuss. Thank you all for your patience. I appreciate that. Just to let you guys know, I've been listening to the playback of some of the live streams we've done so far, and I noticed there was a little audio distortion. So I was doing some audio testing before we went on live and everything like that. So if the audio is good, I want you guys, because you guys are the ones whose opinion really matters, right? So I want you guys to let me know what you guys think about the audio. So if you guys think the audio is good, you guys think the audio is great, leave a thumbs up. If the audio is really good, then we'll continue. If it's not, then we'll just move on and we'll, do what we got to do. We'll adjust it as we move on. But I just want to know. Okay, you said the audio is good. That is a good thing. Audio is good. That's good. That's good. That's good. All right. All right. Okay. So shout out to every single last one of you all. We are in here. Now, I waited for a little bit because I knew this was going to have a reaction. I knew a lot of people were going to say a lot of stuff. I knew a lot of people were going to, and we're going to say some stuff also. We're going to say a lot about this also. So what we're going to do is we're going to first off say that over here, we're unbiased. Okay. We're unbiased. We do take things in context, but we are unbiased. We will give credit where credit is due. We always have, and we always will. But what we're not going to do is we're not going to let a good thing or two completely sway our opinion, and then we dismiss all of the negative things. We dismiss all of the problematic things. No. You got to take the good with the bad, which is what we're going to do tonight. Okay. So Amanda has been on Jubilee has done this thing or they have this thing on their channel, very big channel, where they have 20 surrounded or something like that, a bunch surrounded, where they have one person who has a specific view, whether that's conservative, liberal, religious, whatever the case may be. They have a particular view, and then you have 20 people who have opposing views, and they go around and they have mini debates and things like that. So Amanda was on that. Now, giving credit where credit is due, Amanda did a good job. Okay. All of them, none of them looked like they were informed. None of them looked like they knew what they were discussing. None of them did that. A lot of people are a little bit suspicious of Amanda, though, because Amanda is now classifying herself as a black radical. And that's not always the page Amanda has been on. So a lot of people are like, oh, okay, we're starting to see this little FBA grassroots pivot that a lot of people are having. And we're starting to see Amanda tend to have that or starting to have resemble that pivot as well, too. Very important. So before we get started, what we're going to do is play the copyright disclaimer to establish to YouTube that everything we play thus forth is protected under the guise of fair use. All right, then we're going to get started. Then because there's much to discuss this evening, ladies and gentlemen, my brothers and my sisters. All right, y'all hit that like button. We'll be right back. Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. Okay, all right. I have to check something. Audio is good. Y'all loving it. I like that y'all like it. Okay, hopefully we have made an improvement. I'm very meticulous with stuff. So if I think it's a problem, I'm searching to the ends of the earth to solve the problem. Okay. Here's the thing. We're gonna go with one of the first things that she said, because the thing is that it's good. Okay, because what this did is it verified a lot of what we're saying to be true. Okay, now They've been saying FBA is this radical, small, fringe group of people only online who have no consequence, who don't really matter, whose points are from a basis of xenophobia, hatred, what they call all of this stuff, American exceptionalism, all of that, right? So when we say these things, and you have somebody who does not claim to be FBA, who does not side with FBA, okay, who does not support even the term of FBA, when you hear people echoing our sentiments and our narratives, that just verifies what we're saying to be true. We had a lot of people do that. Now, you also had a lot of people who were upset at the 20 verses thing, because they don't like the fact that, and we got to tell the truth, we're going to call a spade tonight. A lot of the conservatives up there already have profiles. Jubilee didn't just randomly pick people online. Most of these people are already online, and I'm not talking about Amanda. I'm talking about the quote unquote 20 black conservatives. I remember quite a few of them. I'm like, I remember making a video response to you. I remember you from TikTok. I remember you from YouTube. I remember you from such and such and such and such. Most of these people already have platforms. So we know most of these people are already non-FBA tethers. We already know that. So they've been selected. And this is what we're talking about when we have to deal with non-FBA tethers coming up here in America, disrupting what we got going on. All right. We already know that. Now, when we were saying it, oh, it's xenophobia. Oh, you can't do that. Oh, Now that Amanda, who's half FBA, and we're going to get into that too. Who's half FBA and half Ghanaian, is saying that people can't really say that much. So it is good on that part. I want to play this one thing. Okay, let's get started. Let's play this one clip.
The thing with the whole reparations thing, and I don't know, we're probably close to the same age, so maybe you can't call me.
How old are you?
Now, just to give context, Amanda has like, what, 3 or 4 arguments. In the span, she gets, I think, about 10 minutes for each argument. And one of the 20 gets to run up to the table and have a small debate with her until the time runs out or until they get voted out. Okay, either of the two. All right. So right now, this is their argument about reparations, which was, I like this argument. Okay.
The thing with the whole reparations thing, and I don't know, we're probably close to the same age, so maybe you can't call me.
How old are you?
I'm 32.
I'm 44.
Oh, really? Oh, you look young.
Thank you. That's what water and keeping stress out of your life will do.
Really? Mm-hmm. Liberal positions are real stressful.
By the way, I wouldn't know. I'm not a liberal. Carry on.
Well, it's the liberal position, because conservatives believe in hard work. We believe in going to work and working for what you got, not asking for handouts from people who never had slaves. Some of the people that you're asking for money from never had slaves. And let's talk about the fact there were also black people that had slaves.
Okay, let me say something right now. These people are not conservative. They're liars. You know what the biggest handout of human history is? Do you guys want to, when they talk about, we don't believe in handouts, we believe in hard work. Do you know what the biggest handout of human history has ever been? Slavery. Slavery is the biggest handout of human history. All right. American, not just slavery in general, American slavery is the biggest handout in recorded human history that has ever been. Okay, since mankind. All right, that's the biggest handout. All right, you have somebody for their entire life working for you absolutely for free. All right, that's the biggest handout. If they have children, you own their children and they work for you for absolutely free. Everything they do is complete profit on you. You get to do whatever, have benefit from them however you want to. If you have children, their children will inherit your slaves. That's the biggest handout. America has given the dominant society the biggest handout, which was slavery of all time. There is absolutely no bigger handout than slavery. So when they talk about conservatives believe in hard work, what do you think about reparations? No, conservatives don't believe in that. That's a lie. The biggest handout of all time is slavery.
So if you want to talk about that, how is that fair? If I'm a white person and my family fall on the side of the Union, why should I have to pay for slaves when this whole country was never all racist? Some of the founding fathers were abolitionists, and they hated slavery. And they actually put things in the Declaration of Independence and things too, because they believed that there'll be a future where there would be a black president one day, or that there would be people in leadership that were black.
That's a lie. That's a lie. And Jubilee is very sneaky too, because Jubilee has this thing where they do like a fact check, where they pull like some statistic up to the side and they'll fact check both arguments. But when he said that, Jubilee didn't debunk that, because that's a lie. There was no founding father that was fundamentally against slavery and put things in policy that would end slavery. None of them. All of them did own slaves, and all of them did participate in the slave trade. So that's a lie. And Jubilee didn't check that for a reason.
In the North who helped with the Underground Railroad and fought with the Union. So why is that fair for people who never had slaves, who fought against slavery, to have to pay for people that had slaves?
One, from my understanding, you are more interested in preserving the fairness of those who didn't have slaves than the fairness of those who are the descendants of slaves. That is priority to you than finding a fair way to accommodate those who have been the descendant of slaves.
Well, our ancestors wasn't asking for handouts. They were asking for equal opportunity. And we have equal opportunity in this country. We had a black president, just in case you didn't know. We had a black president and we had a black vice president. I mean, I think she was black. They said she was black. I don't know.
And that has nothing to do with that. Anytime you hear the whole, well, why is it fair? Why is it fair? All you got to do is say, well, you know what? I guess, I mean, America has, why is being fair important to you all now? Okay. Let me ask y'all that question. Why is being quote unquote fair, what you deem as fair, important to you now? Because being fair, because if reparations fundamentally is unfair, being fair has never been important to these people. Being fair was never important when y'all gave Japanese people reparations. Because I didn't put nobody in no internment camp. None of my people put nobody in no internment camp. Black people didn't put nobody in their internment camp. It was the government that put people in internment camps, and the government paid them. Is that fair? Is that fair? We had absolutely nothing to do with that. But yet our tax dollars had to go to paying the Japanese. Or what about the red Native Americans, quote unquote? What about them with the not the Underground Railroad, the Trail of Tears, and the reservations and the benefits and the tax set-asides and the casinos and all of these things that they get? We didn't force nobody off their village, off their nation, off their homeland. We didn't do that. Is that fair? Okay. Not even just in the USA, but also in Alaska, even though Alaska is technically a part of the USA. Okay. We don't be going anywhere in the world bombing no other countries. We don't got nothing to do with that. But America pays them all of the time. America has paid reparations all of the time. 9/11, which is coming up soon. 9/11. Do you guys know that the family of the victims of 9/11 receives payments from the government? Okay. I ain't got nothing to do with 9/11. You didn't have nothing to do with 9/11. We didn't got nothing to do with 9/11. So when the government wants to pay money, they can. And that's what because these people need help. But now when it comes to us here and our reparations, even though we actually deserve it, these other people immigrated here, we deserve reparations. Now is, well, what is fair for white people? What's fair for them? Which is not what is fair for them, okay? It is, what do they want to do? What bothers them, okay? Now, fairness is never in a conversation when the government is doing things for other non-black group of people. But when they're doing things for black people, then everything has to be fair. And fair to them means white approval. I want you guys to understand that fair to them means white approval. It doesn't mean fair to black people. It means okay with white people. Everything black people get has to be sanctioned by the dominant society. That's what fair means to them.
So we had a black president, and you know who voted for that black man? White people, because you can't win a popular election in this country without white people. So Barack Obama is the product of white people.
Yeah, he is. I give it that. Yeah, I will give it that. Barack Obama is the product of white people, and that's who he benefited. That's who he looked out for. That's who he helped. Okay, ask the banks about that. Cool. And this is why we moved on past Obama. This is why we don't be all like, well, you know, we did have an Obama, so that count for something. That don't count for a damn thing. That don't count for a damn thing. And I'm glad we're saying that. Now, here's something that's very interesting, because Obama is a tether. Look at this. Okay.
We're slaves.
So Brandon Tatum had a response to this, and his response is actually very interesting.
Yes.
Were slaves compensated for their work?
They weren't compensated for their work, but why should people who are sitting at home playing video games, smoking marijuana,
are you sitting at home playing a video game? Are you sitting at home playing a video game?
The people that they're wanting
Am I
reparations
sitting at home
for,
playing a video game? No.
The people
and
they
I don't
want
know
reparations
what I don't
for.
know who these people are that you're talking about, because the majority of the black community
Hold on, time out.
is not sitting.
The argument that slaves didn't get paid is the stupidest argument ever. They're slaves. Slaves don't get paid for their work. Their payment is survival, meaning they get fed and they get housed and they work. That's their payment. Now, if you want to say slavery is wrong, then okay. But you cannot act like a slave deserves to be getting paid a fair wage. Then they wouldn't be a slave. These people were slaves. It was a legal process. We disagree with it today. We think it's barbaric today, but slavery was legal. And so you don't owe people who were slaves anything. As a gesture to generations from slavery, you can give people money to get a leg up in society where they have been made whole, but you can't act like slaves deserve a living wage. They were actually slaves, and people actually had to spend money to purchase them and provide for them and do all the other stuff that is necessary to keep human beings alive. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just telling you what it is. And to make the argument that, did they get paid for what they, I wish the young man, you know, it's kind of hard to do this on the spot, but the young man should have said slaves don't, that is a moot point. That's a straw man argument. Slaves don't get money. They're slaves.
Whoa. Do you see that? It's very interesting. We're not going to play too much because he rambles and rambles and rambles and rambles and rambles. But you know what? I'm glad he said that. I'm glad, and let me tell you why I'm glad he said that. I'm glad because now all of the, well, America just can't afford it. I mean, how will we figure out who it goes to? I mean, it's just so complicated. All of the bad faiths is complicated. We want to do it, but we just can't do it. It's not fair. All of that stuff is starting to fade away. And now you're seeing a wave of black conservatives that's kind of veering off into this very extreme. I mean, I'm telling you, for him to say slaves were slaves and their payment was being alive. Wow. Okay. So is this now the representation of black conservatism? Which is why I keep showing videos of Tatum, and I know you guys are sick of it. Me, I am too. But these go as receipts to show you guys they're veering off into what they really think, what they really feel. All of the bad faith excuses of we can't afford it, we don't know who it goes to, how far back do we go? All of these bad faith excuses, they're stopping that now. They're pretty much out here saying, you know what? Y'all were slaves. We don't owe you anything. It was legal. Deal with it. Okay, cool. Cool. Tell the truth. Say what you really feel. Say how you, so that way the lines are not blurred. Okay. There's no mud in the water. We clearly know. So there's no more confusion. There's no more, well, we want to do, America wants to do the right thing. No, just say the truth. So now we're veering into the line. Right now we're entering an era, okay, which is good. It's going to get tough, but it's good. We're entering an era where everybody is going to candidly say exactly how they feel about everything. So that's good, because these people feel, because of Donald Trump being in office, these people feel emboldened. So all of the sugarcoating and little disguise words and dog whistles and stuff like that they were saying before, oh, that stuff is over with. Okay, just like, do you guys remember that white lady who called the little black kid an N-word? And she was like, yeah, I said it. Yeah, I said it. And then you had him and other people defending. All of the line is starting to get blurred. They're starting to feel emboldened and going back into their old anti-black, just abundantly clear, bigoted ways. And that makes things very clear. Okay. Okay. Because it's a lot easier to deal with an open enemy. It's frustrating, but it's a lot easier to deal with an open enemy than a sneaky enemy, than an enemy that doesn't try to claim to be the enemy. Then the enemy is saying, well, no, I agree, I just don't understand how. Okay, now they're saying, you know what, I don't agree, y'all were slaves, it is what it is. Okay, all right, cool. So we're gonna move that way. I'm glad that the black conservatives are starting to really say what they really feel. They're just white ass kissers. Say that then. Don't pretend like you care about fairness and justice. Okay, you got a shirt. This dude has a shirt. Hold on, where is it?
We're slaves.
You can't really see it. This dude got a shirt that says Jesus is the Lord. Okay. And he got tattoos, all of that stuff about him being Christian. But yet when it comes to slavery, oh, slavery was legal, deal with it. Okay, great. Oh, say what you mean. Okay. So we're entering into that era now. So I want y'all to just be ready for it. Okay. Okay, cool. Somebody else didn't like it, had an issue with it. Hold on. We're going to get into this because a couple of people didn't like exactly what was being said. If you just don't stop, look at this.
Colin, you won't have an argument because you keep cutting me off.
So Megyn Ku Klux Kelly also has an issue. Okay. And the reason why they're doing this is because white supremacy has used their tethers for a very, very long time. And their tethers have been incredibly effective. Very, very, very effective. And now we're starting to see, because we're calling them out, now we're starting to see their effectiveness fade away. And they need that because they like to hide behind their tethers. They like to use their tethers as a vessel to echo and spew white supremacist rhetoric, to do their dirty work. All, if you know about villains and video games, all big bosses have henchmen to do the dirty work. That's what they do. And all these guys, all Megyn Kelly and all of the suspected white supremacists got to do is put a battery in their back. But what we're doing is we're cutting off their ability to speak on behalf of the community. So that's why you have Megyn Kelly out there defending tethers. All right. That's why you have that, which is why you have a lot of conservatives who go above and beyond to defend tethers, because they need tethers.
So interesting. Now he was going to the place you are not allowed to go, saying there's something in black culture that's toxic, that's leading to bad results, and we have to get honest about it. It has to do with fathers not being in the home. And I can't remember if it was this gentleman, because I watched most of it, or another one who was raising, like, what happened.
Just keep in mind, she talks about toxic black culture. Okay. All right. All right. We'll get back to that. I just want you guys to remember toxic black culture. Just keep that in your mind.
With Asians, they were immigrants too, but they have a different approach toward education and, work ethic, and they've done very well in this country that they've adopted. And she was like, you cannot compare the Asians to the blacks who were slaves, and basically kind of acknowledging with a wink and a nod, somehow they're under some challenge that nobody else is under, from which they cannot escape. That's what she would argue. And those around her were saying, yes, we absolutely can. But once again, you're making up shit. And he was ready for it, right? With you're basically an emotional liberal, bringing up emotional liberalism as a defense. And all she could do was just say, wrong, 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 unfounded.
Yeah, whatever false sense of confidence caused her to go on surrounded was completely exposed there.
All right. So she threw a little thing. And that's another thing that we've been doing ever since we started really claiming our ethnicity and we started really tapping into and embracing our lineage. All of that anchor baby, all of that stuff with the Asians, because they've been using the Asians. They've been weaponizing the Asians for a very, very, very long time. Okay. Well, the Asians were oppressed. The Asians were this, the Asian, and they're doing great. They're doing great. First off, not all Asians, because when you talk about Asians as a race, no, they're pretty much talking about Chinese people. Okay, if we're going to be honest, because they're not talking about all Asians. They're not talking about Vietnamese folk. They're talking about Chinese people. And they allow the really it's Chinese, maybe some Japanese, to be honest. Okay, but they're not talking about the darker skinned Asians. Okay, they're talking about the more whitewashed Asians, which happen to be Chinese. All right, just keep that in mind. Just know that. So they're talking about them, and they'll say, well, if they were discriminated against, so what's your excuse? And now we're cutting that stuff off by tapping into our culture and saying, oh, well, no. We're not all a minority. You can't do the whole we're all a minority thing because y'all have treated them very differently than y'all have treated us in this country. So you can't compare where they are in this country to where we are in this country because y'all treated them very differently. So we're cutting off a whole lot of these whitewashed Chinese people who want to be, or some Asians too, but a lot of them are Chinese, to be very honest, okay, who want to be adjacent to the dominant society. So we're doing a lot of good work, Now, moving on to another thing that was said in the thing. Hold on. I want to pull this stuff up individually because I don't want to start lagging and things like that. Let me see. Oh, no. Okay, hold on. Where is this one? This one right here.
Say less outfit. Okay.
Thank you.
So this is my thing. I think the premise of your question was black on black crime. So I think I'm coming from a place, and I guess my issue is having had my biological father murdered by a black man, having had my cousin shot in the head by a black man. We can talk numbers and statistics and what the people are doing, what the white man is doing and all that. But at the end of the day, I see when my family lives on the south side of Chicago, and I think you and I both can attest to this, and I'm not saying that there are not other factors, but we know that we kill each other at a disproportionate rate than any other race. Now, why we do that and why 6,000 to 9,000 black men are going to be homicided or killed or whatever by the end of the year annually by other black men, whereas the likelihood of a black man being killed by a white police officer is less than 150 per year, we know that we kill each other at a higher rate. So I'm not debating that there are not factors at play, but because I've lived the experience as a black woman losing my father to be murdered by a black man, walking down the street,
by the way.
No worries, thank you. But walking down the street in inner cities and different things, knowing that it's more likely that my own brother will rob and rape me than a white man or a white officer, we got to be real.
What's your proximity to white men in the south side of Chicago? Are there even white men around to rob and rape you at the same rate that there are black men?
There are white men around.
No, not really. Not really. White men maybe be passing through, but no, not really.
The same rate.
There wasn't a lot of black people in there, but then that doesn't justify the fact that we're destroying each other. So even if we get to the root, like
we can agree on that.
Okay, because I feel like a lot of
nothing
times liberals will
justifies.
argue like, well,
I'm not
the
a
white people
liberal.
are killing
I am
people.
I'm not a liberal.
Okay, well, I will say that people that sometimes have your stance that are against conservatives, maybe they have this claim that they're making it up, they're making up the numbers. We know that we do that to each other. So I want to get to the root of the issue. Why are we killing each other? I think the root of the issue is we've lost our values and we've lost our resilience as black people. We sit there and we talk about what the white man did and we talk about slavery and everything like that, but we have no self-accountability and say, you know what, at the end of the day, that is my black grandmother, that is my black sister, you are my black sister, and you know that a black man is more likely to rob you or commit some type of crime against you, and that's what we need to get down to the issue of.
Okay, all right. And the whole black on black crime thing, they pulled that out again. We are not responsible for no the lie and myth. I literally started my channel debunking the narrative of a black on black crime. That was my absolute first video I ever did as Afro Elite, was debunking black on black crime. The first thing I ever said. Okay. And I've been that way the entire way through. There's no black on black crime. There's crime. Yeah, you're more likely to be attacked by a black person if you live around a bunch of black people who are poor. Just like if I went to some poor neighborhood in North Dakota, I am more likely to be attacked or robbed by a poor white person. And it's always something that, oh, we got to take accountability. What does that mean? Because they don't even really say what we should do. There's no follow-up. There's no initiative. There's no actual plan. When they say take accountability, what that means is you guys should just accept the fact that you guys are all bad. Okay? And we should dismiss, or we should pass and excuse when white people do bad things to us because we kind of deserve it in a way. That's how they're saying it. Now, what's interesting about quote unquote black on black crime, and well, we do got to understand it's disproportionate and all that stuff. They don't ever racialize crime in the dominant society. They don't do that. And white people be just doing crazy, wild stuff. Have you guys seen this?
Suspect with the green backpack sneaks up on his first victim, the woman in black. He appears to throw her to the ground, then chase another customer. Authorities say it was just the start of last month's stabbing spree at a Michigan Walmart.
So a white man, now Fox News, you didn't hear this on Fox News, did you? I don't think you did, because I haven't seen Fox News talk about this. I didn't see Brandon Tatum talk about this, Megyn Kelly talk about this, Ben Shapiro talk about this, Steven Crowder talk about this. I didn't see none of them talk about this. This is a white man in a white neighborhood, for the most part, and went around just start randomly stabbing people. I can't play the whole thing because then there's blood and all of that stuff, and I don't want folks to get this down. But this is a white man goes around in Walmart, pulls out a knife, and just starts stabbing anybody he can, randomly stabbing people. All right.
360-degree video paused and rotated by authorities in Traverse City. The next target, this man in blue. The suspect, identified as 42-year-old Bradford Gilley, then appears to jab his right hand at that man in the jacket who goes flying. Moments later, you see Gilley run left into the pharmacy before appearing to stab someone in frozen foods. This man attacked by a display of cherries. In an exclusive interview with NBC News, victim Aaron Bedeau says he was shopping with his wife and 4 kids when he was attacked.
I thought I was being punched. And after the third one, I noticed that, okay, this isn't a punch. I'm being stabbed.
As a dad, as you're being stabbed, are you just thinking about your kids there?
Really, the only thing that was on my mind when I was being stabbed is like, is my wife safe and are my kids safe? And I knew that I was shielding them.
Gilley, moments later, seen running to the parking lot, attacking this woman from behind. Cell phone video later captured a crowd corralling Gilley until authorities.
Okay. And before we continue with what we got to say, I want to give a special shout out to the hero who caught that brother. All right. Who caught that man. All right. Let's give our shout out. Let's give our credit where credit is due. My brothers and sisters, let's give our credit where credit is due. Okay. We're going to give a special shout out to our brother David, our foundational Black American veteran. Okay. This is David Perry, U.S. Marine veteran. Okay. He pulled out what he had to pull out. He pulled out that thing on him and he caught him. This is the guy who was out there just randomly, the guy in the hat who was out there randomly stabbing people. He stabbed 11 people, okay? And it was a foundational Black American veteran who saved the day. Shout out to him. Shout out to our brother David Perry. Shout out to David Perry. Salute to that veteran, okay? The real heroes of the country. While we want to talk about crime, we the heroes of the country, to be honest. We the only people saving it. You see black people, foundational Black Americans, saving the day just on a regular basis. Just on a regular basis, we just flip on the switch and now we the Avengers all of a sudden. On a regular basis, we out here just saving the day. Okay, so I don't want nobody to talk about we some criminals. And notice what's interesting about it. I'm going to go back to the video and play a little bit more of what the news is
investigators
talking about.
say all 11 victims survived. Gillies pleaded not guilty to assault and terrorism charges. Court records show he has a history of mental health issues.
Oh no, a history of mental health issues. Oh no, not mental health issues. That's so terrible. Oh, notice how the media is kind of carrying water for him. Oh, he has a history of mental health issues. They don't say that about black people. It don't matter what a black person does. The media is not going to sit up there and talk about you got a history of mental health issues. They're not going to give you the mental health pass. That's the mental health pass that is exclusive to white people. They're the only ones who get, really white men. They're the only ones who get the mental health pass. Karen sometimes, okay, but only white people get the mental health pass. That's white privilege for you. And notice when that happens, they don't say, well, this is white on white crime. This is a reflection of what happens in the community. So don't you ever sit up there. I need us to understand we cannot allow them to pathologize and racialize crime when it comes to us exclusively. Because they don't do that to them. Crime is just, people do have mental health issues and we got to care more about mental health, and it's not a reflection of everything. Yet if a black person goes around, remember when they said black people were pushing Asians and all of this Asian hate stuff, that becomes a reflection of every black person. When a black person does a crime, that's now a proxy for the entire black community. And now the entire black community needs to be held accountable for the crime of a very small percentage of individuals. Now, that same percentage, even larger in the white community, can do a crime. And now, but hold on, mental health, and his dad wasn't really in his life like that, and he was picked on at school, and his boss is mean, and you got to understand. Oh, no. Most road rage incidents and all of that happens by the dominant society, but they don't ever racialize that. So don't let anybody be all like, guys, we got to hold ourselves accountable. No, I'm not going to be held accountable for something that we're not responsible of, something that we barely do. And you not holding nobody else to the standard. No, all of this, black people got to be held to a different standard based off of our race. That's racism. That is racism. We got to be treated differently. We got to be treated like one big nigga, like a proxy. Only when it's negative, because when a black person does something good, they don't try to treat that like a proxy. But only when a black person does something bad, we're all responsible for that. We're not all responsible for the good, but we're all responsible for the bad. No, we're not doing that. But this woman comes back, and if her father was taken out on a lot, killed, I said on the live, TikTok, Lord have mercy, by a black person or by somebody, I feel bad for that. That's not good. That's not good. But she comes back and she says something else that's very interesting.
Certain things and powers at play. And I've experienced racism firsthand. A lot of conservatives may try to act like, oh, there's no racism in America. I absolutely believe there is racism in America. I believe racist people exist. I just don't think that the systems as they stand today are inherently racist, because I've seen too many black people overcome. And I just feel like a lot of times what's left out of the dialogue is self-accountability and like self-will. We talked about how we were 3/5 of a person, but now we are 100%, I guess, according to the law or whatever, a person. And I feel like at the end of the day, if you wanted to walk out here right now and decide, you know what, I want to change my career, I want to do that, you can. And that's why so many people, and Nigerians come here, and Indians come here, and so many people who are not white, who are supposed to be discriminated against because they're not white, they come here and they become doctors and lawyers. Why? Because to your point, there's community. There's a sense of pride about, you know what, I got to go honor my parents back in Nigeria. I'm part Nigerian. I have to go honor my parents. I have to go honor my elders. They're not twerking and shaking booty in Nigeria. I'm part Nigerian. I have to go honor back in Nigeria. I'm part Nigerian. I have to back in Nigeria. I'm part Nigerian. I have to back in Nigeria. I'm part Nigerian. Back in Nigeria. I'm part Nigerian.
Oh, a lot of people didn't catch that one. They caught the other tether who said he was from Angola, but oh, that makes sense now. Okay. Did y'all see? A lot of people didn't catch that. She admitted, I'm part Nigerian. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Did you see that? Okay, did you see that? There we go. And I want you guys to understand, a lot of times when they say I'm part Nigerian, that does not automatically mean that the other part is FBA. Okay? You might be part Nigerian and then part South African or something like that, or part some other non-FBA ethnicity. You might be part Nigerian and then part white. You might be part Nigerian and then part something else. It doesn't automatically mean you're part FBA. But notice that now, notice the fact that she's part Nigerian, and notice how she speaks of Nigeria versus how she speaks of FBA. Okay, very important. A lot of people didn't catch that when it first popped out. I'm like, oh, you part Nigeria. Oh, okay. So when people are like, oh, it was just one, not, no, most of the people on here, I don't know about all of them, because all of them I don't even know spoke. But these people are non-FBA. We know them because most of these people already have big profiles and have already admitted that they're non-FBA. So this debate exposed a lot. Now, listen to how she follows up with how she speaks about Nigeria versus how she speaks about Black America.
I have to go honor my parents. I have to go honor my elders. They're not twerking and shaking booty. They're getting
They are literally twerking and shaking and booty in
the
Nigeria.
Nigerians I know ain't doing it. If they are
we
twerking and shaking, but they
learned
doctors
it from Africa.
They're doctors twerking and shaking booty. So maybe they can shake because they got the money to back it up. But do you see what you're saying? But do you see what I'm saying?
Do you see that? Do you see that? Oh, well, or they're not twerking and shaking booty. Well, they are twerking and shaking booty. Well, they're doctors, so they can do that. Do you see that? Do you see the bias? All right, that they have. Do you see the bias that they have when it comes to their not? And I'm not even going to say that she's half FBA because we don't know that. But do you see that? Okay, so when they come over here and they speak about, well, you know, Nigerians are doing this, Nigerians are doing this, no, that's because of your Nigerian family. So you're trying to praise and pedestalize your Nigerian family. And if you don't want to go back to Nigeria, because the quote unquote black on black crime that you feel like you face here in America, it does not compare at all to what goes on in Nigeria. Not at all. We're not even going to go there. You want to talk about some black on black crime? There's only black on black crime in Nigeria. If we're going to use that analogy, we're going to use that term. There's a whole bunch of tribal beefs and wars and all of that stuff going on in Nigeria today. Why you want to come over here and talk about how we lost our resilience? The resilience, and you want to bring up Nigeria? And notice that's what they do. They like to pedestalize all of these other nationalities as if they're doing so well and so great and so this and so that. Yet when they commit crimes, they don't ever want to call that out. I saw this the other day and I was all like, damn, okay. I didn't see nobody saying anything about this. I saw this the other day, you know, and I just gotta bring it up. Okay, trigger warning. Okay, Nigerian man jailed 6 years. Okay, that's not long at all, for sexually abusing minor in UK. All right, we're not gonna get into the details too much. We're not really gonna get into the details of this. But yeah, you got a whole bunch of Nigerian child traffickers, kidnappers. All I can go down the list of different scams and human trafficking and all of that stuff that goes on in Nigeria and from Nigerians across the world, which is why a lot of them are being banned all over the world. There's a lot of them that, hey, come here, hold on, where are you from? Nigeria? Go back on the plane. No, you can't come here. It's a lot of that going on in Nigeria right now. It's a lot of Africans protesting because they don't want Nigerians in their country like that. Because Nigerians got a bad rap, but you want to come over here talk about we doctors and we lawyers and all of that stuff. No, we're not doing that. I'm be honest. I'm going to be very honest. This is why we got to know who we are versus who they are. Because what they've been doing is they've been pushing off all of the crimes. Now, there's crimes in Chicago, but there's a lot of non-FBAs in Chicago as well, too. They don't want to say that. It's a lot of stuff going on there, okay? So when they commit crimes, then it's a black issue that the community has to be responsible for because we don't value family. All right. But then when they become doctors and lawyers and do something that they claim is great and significant, now they're Nigerian. So when they're a criminal, they're black. And now when they're black, the community, we got to be responsible for it. But when they do something good, no, they're Nigerian. Don't touch this. No, stay away, stay away. They're Nigerian and they're a doctor because we have such a great culture. Notice that. So it was a lot of tethers that come up here and they do that stuff. So this is why this emphasizes why delineation is so very vital. It's so very important. Delineation is a must. It absolutely is an absolute must. Okay, let me get to some of the super chats. Let's not do too much. Let's get to some of the super chats real quick. Chris says, this is my opinion, but I believe our ancestors are rolling over in their graves. They wanted to help with the cause, but got adversary in return. We got to fix it. Unfortunately, we do. We got to clean up. They had good intentions, pure intentions. That's true. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out the way it was supposed to. Okay. Mike says, B1 salute David Perry. Salute to David Perry. Okay. That's a soldier right there. Okay. Hudson Sen says that girl. Okay. Okay. That girl, Staffair, the girl Staffair from, okay, so she's known, I didn't even know that, from Nigeria, is sitting overseas, just stole 3.3 million from Kentucky. Oh yeah, Nigerians, I don't know if you're talking about that woman right there. Nigerians are known for doing that. All around the world, they're known for doing that. So I'm not trying to hear nothing about they coming over here being doctors and lawyers. I'm not trying to hear none of that. Because in Nigeria, y'all ain't getting that done. And over here, truth be told, they're not getting that done over here either. Truth be told, really, they're not really doing that here. Okay. Blacklight says one Nigerian name that destroys that noise she is talking about is Hush Puppy. Good point. Who scanned up to $100 million from a business. Yeah, come on now. And they don't, all it is holding ourselves accountable. When are Nigerians going to hold themselves accountable? I'm willing to hold my community accountable after you guys do it. After y'all do it, I'm going to do it. Y'all show me how to do it. Show me how to hold yourself accountable, and I'm going to follow y'all lead. Nigerians, y'all come over here and talk about how we need to hold ourselves accountable. All of y'all non-FBA tethers come over here, talk about how we need to hold ourselves accountable. Cool. All right. You're right. Do it. Show, because we don't know how to do it. Y'all know how to do it. Y'all got the culture right. Y'all hold yourselves accountable, and we're going to just see how that works. Okay, because y'all be coming over here making it seem like y'all flew from heaven or something like that, like y'all angels. Okay, show me how that worked then. Hold yourselves accountable. Oh no, they don't want to do that now. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Now we're going to move on and we're going to talk about the situation that everybody is really talking about. Hold on. Everybody was really going on this particular clip right here.
Example, we had a really good example of this where it's not a police, because I remember you
said.
Where
are you from?
Where am I from? What do you mean by that? Like, what state am I from? Where was I born?
Where do you live right now?
I live in Florida. I was born in Angola, though. I was born in sub-Saharan Africa. Okay.
Where did you grow up for most of your time?
In Maine. I lived in North America.
In Maine.
Yes.
And what is the population of Black people in the town that you're from?
It's really extremely low, but I grew up around Black people, and there was a Black community where I lived.
And that Black community that you...
First off, when a Black person says Maine, that's a dead giveaway. Now, Black people live in every place in this country. Black people live everywhere in this country, okay, in every state in this country. But for the most part, foundational Black Americans tend to live in areas that are populated heavily by foundational Black Americans. Okay. You don't, when you hear people call in, people will call in, hey, I'm from Virginia. Hey, how you doing? I'm from Maryland. I'm from Louisiana. I'm calling from Texas. I'm calling from Chicago. I'm calling from, normally they call from areas that are known to have foundational Black Americans. Okay. I'm not saying there are no FBAs in Maine, but to say you grew up in Maine is very telling, because culturally we don't really go to Maine unless it's for business, and then we in and out. We don't raise children in Maine. So that was very telling in and of itself. So with that, she was able to follow up. And this is something that we've been doing. Okay.
You lived in. And
I want you to understand all of this. This is FBA. This is FBA grassroots, what she's doing right now.
Did they teach you about Black history in the United States? Like, are your parents Black American?
Yeah, my mom is Black. My father is Black.
No, I'm asking, were they born in the United States?
Now, do you see that? Now, before we started, we were doing it first. We were the first ones to be like, where are your family from? What country is your family from? Okay. We were the ones who really did that. Now you're starting to see the follow-up questions. If you guys have watched on the For the Culture, we got to do that all of the time. Ask all these follow-up questions. Where are you from? Where are you from? New York. Where's your family from? Jamaica. Okay. All right. Where are you from? LA. Where's your family from? Haiti. Oh, okay. See, they don't want to say it at first. And he knew where it was going. He didn't want to say it at first. Oh, yeah, my dad is Black. Oh, see, we are the ones who started doing that. Now everybody is getting on that wave. We're going to follow this up, but everybody's getting on that wave. And now they're starting to notice that, which is why they try to hide their immigrant backgrounds that a few years ago they were proud to boast about and to claim. They claim their immigrant background with pride. Now you got to ask a whole bunch. You got to interrogate them to find out where they're really from. You got to it's like you sitting up there, a cop. You got to have the damn chair right there. They got to be handcuffed. You got to interrogate them, negotiate with them, and figure out. You got to do a whole lie detector test damn near to figure out where they're from. Okay. Very interesting.
Because I wasn't born there.
Oh, so you guys are all from Angola?
Yes. But again, I like I told you earlier, right? In terms of people like KTSJ, they were shot. BLM doesn't come out for them. And I remember you earlier said,
think it's really
hold on, can I please finish? You earlier said that BLM is worried about police, but when Daniel Penny choked out the man that we all know was causing violence on that subway train.
He was not causing violence.
He was threatening people.
Causing disruption is not causing violence.
He was threatening people.
Causing disruption is not causing violence.
And the people there helped him also. And we know that we helped them.
I don't know what that has to do with BLM. Random people on a train is not Black Lives Matter.
BLM showed up for that. They did.
Showed up for what?
BLM showed up threatening white people, saying that they're going to go get white people. Now they
BLM
did.
protested.
BLM New York.
BLM protested. Where did you get that from? You see, your sources are not. You're not able to cite your sources. Please go sit down.
Yeah, that's the truth.
It's not the truth. It's not the truth. It's not the. Nothing you say is actually the truth. Nothing. You're not even American. You're not even a Black American. As the daughter of an immigrant, it is imperative that Black people from other places understand the disparate difference that they exist from Black people in the United States. It is not the same. Period. And ultimately, the best effort that we can do as a diaspora is to lead in understanding, not in judgment. So when I am talking to somebody from Sudan, from the Congo, from Angola, I am listening to understand their experience, not to undermine it. And I refuse to allow anybody from Grenada, from Angola, from any other place to come and try to undermine the experience of Black Americans.
All right. That's the viral clip everybody talking about. Now, here's the thing. We're going to give credit where credit is due. She's 100% correct with that. And what we have to understand is we got to play to our advantage. She's correct. And it's good that she said that as a daughter who's half FBA. We're going to get to that in a very little bit. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button. It's a lot of people in here. Y'all make sure that y'all hit that like button. All right. Because now we're going to get into Amanda. All right, we got to give in to Amanda, but we do got to, because you know, as foundational Black Americans, it's our culture to be unbiased. So we got to give credit where credit is due. I will give her that, and that is correct, and that helps because when we call out Tethers, because that's what he is, which is what a lot of them are. That's when we call out Tethers, they'll be all like, "Oh no, that's just some FBA xenophobia. That's FBA xenophobia. Y'all just hate being African." Now she is half Grenadian, and she called out a Tether. Now they don't know what to say. Now they can't say, "Oh, that's FBA xenophobia." They can't say that. So right now they're out there sitting up there tripping online. Let me show y'all some of the reactions. Now you got Tether sitting up there upset. They don't know what to say. They don't know what to do. Look at this. Hold on.
In the Black diaspora, the faster we stop rating each other's level of
okay, he's Nigerian, by the way.
In the Black diaspora, the faster we stop rating each other's level of coonery will be, the faster we're going to get to trying to create this peace amongst Black diaspora that we're seeking. If we're genuinely...
Now, you see that he says, in the Black diaspora, we should stop trying to rate people's level of coonery. No. See, now that they're doing that, it exposes the fact that, oh no, this is not no fringe little movement. And the problem that we've been saying that you guys are is now on Jubilee and has been exposed. Okay. Now y'all been exposed. And now we keep doing that. Now she got that from us, but we keep doing that. Now we're exposing them. Now they're coming up here like, well, you know, we can't, let's not compare coonery. I mean, there's coons on this side, coons on no, because y'all bring a very unique and different issue. Now, there's FBA coons, I admit to that. Nobody has ever said there wasn't. But Tethers bring a different problem. Okay. And the thing is that you guys bring a different problem at a higher rate. So yeah, we do got to compare. We got to compare in order to fix this issue, in order to deal with the problem that y'all causing. We got to compare what we have been doing to what y'all been doing. So now that it's out there in the open now, and now that you guys are having your hands caught in the cookie jar, now they want to come out and say, well, you know, I mean, let's not compare. I do bad, you do bad. We all do. No, we do got to compare. You see that? You see? Now they coming out there saying that. They don't like the fact that there were Black immigrants out there being exposed, because these people, let me say this, I know I was going to play it. These people, if she didn't catch and expose the fact that he was Angolan, they would have never bought it up. If she didn't expose that, it would have never been bought up. And then these people would make think pieces about the Black community and Black conservatives and Black this and Black this, and how Black people, they would have been doing that. But now that you say they're an immigrant, now they got to come at it, be all like, well, guys, I mean, you know, let's not talk about it that much. I mean, I get he's, you see? So that all of this stuff is playing it good in our favor.
Trying to find peace and create unity within the Black diaspora, the faster we stop trying to rate each other's level of coonery will be the quickest way for us to achieve that. Because one thing that we do not realize is if we each in the Black diaspora do not have some level of coonery in us, if we do not display some kind of anti-Blackness, then there was never racism.
So, and you hear all of the sad music in the background. I mean, this dude is copping pleas. He like, look, man, I'm sorry. We shouldn't be judging. Now, all of this, he's Nigerian. Now, what's interesting is when Nigerians come over here and claim that they do so well, that they have such great culture, that they're not out there twerking and having baby mamas and doing all of this. When they come over here and they boast and brag about how great they're doing, oh, that's them. Oh, you shouldn't judge nobody by their success. But now that you're showing and you proven that Nigerians are very problematic, a lot of them are very problematic. Now it's, well, we shouldn't judge nobody. Oh, what? Y'all been some of the main ones judging people, wagging y'all finger, reprimanding people, being condescending to people, acting like y'all been better than everybody else, that y'all coming over here doing doing all this great stuff that we just don't see at all because it just doesn't exist really. Y'all been coming over here being lawyers and being doctors and being all of this stuff that we haven't been doing, and y'all running laps around us. And now that we expose the fact that y'all are actually coming from a very problematic place and y'all are causing a problem. Now it's, let's play the violin. He's playing the little violin. He's, you know, they doing a thing with the violin. They're playing the small little violin. And we shouldn't rate nobody's coonery. We don't have to do that. We don't have to go there. We should just understand that some people are good and some people are bad. Let's not judge. Oh, no. No, because when it comes to FBA, everybody gets to judge. Everybody gets to say so. Everybody gets to tell us what our problem is. But now y'all on the hot seat, finally. Now we got y'all publicly exposed with your hand in a cookie jar. Now it's, you know what? We all just need to just look past the coonery and get along. Let's not compare what I do to what you do. You know what I'm saying? We just got to work past it and get along with the violin and listen to the music keep playing in the background.
Then there was never colonization. Then colonization and racism was never effective. But if we're going to walk around and say colonization and racism was effective, it worked, and is still working, it is expected that we should have some kind of anti-blackness in us in all our communities. So, like I said, the quicker we stop trying to rate each other's level of coonery, each other's level of anti-blackness, and just work towards working with people that are intentionally trying to break out of that chain, are intentionally trying to work on trying not to be anti-black. The more we start working on each other with that, the faster we're going to get to this unity that we're trying to create. In the Black diaspora,
oh, you see that? Do you see that? Very interesting. Very interesting. And there's more of that. Copping, please, for the Cash App. Shout out to Mike. I appreciate that, Mike. Shout out to Andrea, Latrivia, and Walter. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Chris, he says, why aren't they ever in their tribal clothing? They're not. You wouldn't know that they're Nigerian until you, like, well, some of them have a look. Be honest. Okay. That's the truth. And then they have to, like, speak with an accent, but they're never really in their tribal clothing. They're always looking like us. Okay. Always. Black Light says they can't hide the background. They can hide the background, but not the hairline. They can't hide that hairline. Their hairline's never crisp. Hairline's never good. But they out there, they're upset with Jubilee because they believe that Jubilee has just exposed the fact that tethers are an issue. Because what they've been trying to do for the longest time is they've been trying to make it seem as if FBA just hate people out of nowhere. And there's no reason for us to call them out. We just don't like them out of jealousy, or we want to be, they call us like white adjacent. We're nationalistic. We're xenophobic. We're jealous and all of this stuff. And now that you have somebody who's really half FBA expose the fact that tethers are an issue, now they mad at Jubilee. Okay? Because they can't really say that about them no more. They're mad at Jubilee. They're very mad at Jubilee now. Hold on. Let me see. The video is right here. This is it. Okay. Oh. This is it right here.
Amanda Seales is the perfect host for this for several reasons outside of her education. The fact that she is a child of an immigrant, was raised by that immigrant woman. Her father is Black American. However, she was raised in a single parent household by her immigrant mother. It immediately debunks the stereotype. So many of them sat up there and tried to perpetuate that the problem with the Black community is fatherless homes, are single parentless homes, and these are contributing to poor education outcomes for Black Americans, for Black people, not realizing that what they are saying, the person sitting across from them directly contradicts this level of anti-Blackness and the stereotypes that are attributed to children who grow up in single parent households. I want to come back to Amanda being a child of immigrants or being a child of an immigrant, and this young man sitting across from her spewing deeply anti-Black talking points while he himself is a product of immigrants. He himself is a Black immigrant who was not raised here in America. Anyone who has been on social media over the past few months, specifically in Black TikTok spaces, has been very aware of the fact that there has been a lot of anti-Black, anti-Caribbean xenophobia that is percolating on this app. There is some tension being pushed by a very small but vocal minority of people pushing xenophobia and anti-African sentiments. I do not believe for a second the fact.
Okay, keep in mind, the woman who's doing this narration is Nigerian. And she don't like the fact that the tether got exposed. Now she's all like, "Oh, that's Jubilee pushing." They're reinforcing, because a whole bunch of people are saying, "See, you see, this is what we're talking about." Now they're mad at the damn channel for having Black immigrants look bad. They're mad because this makes the whole tether stuff look bad on them. And this is exactly what we're talking about, because this is proving what we've been saying the entire time. Now she's mad because there's already so much xenophobia and anti-Black and anti-Caribbean sentiments, and y'all have tethers on here. Damn, this ain't helping y'all. Damn, come on. That she's mad about that.
Founder of Jubilee and the people who are producing and scripting these shows, I do not believe for a second they are unaware of what is happening. Not only do I believe that they are absolutely aware of what is happening, it is my opinion that they specifically chose certain people to come on this platform and spew these anti-Black racist sentiments, and some of them, they were absolutely aware of the fact that some of them were Black immigrants. They did this purposefully to activate both African Americans, both Black Africans and Caribbeans, Africans, and people across the diaspora existing here in America. We are being triangulated because Black rage is very profitable, and we are existing in a time where we are seeing nationalism rise and people trying to find any level of an identifier that will put them in a class as the other, thinking that they will not be on the receiving end of any level of racism. I chose your comment to respond to for a reason, and I promise I'm going to land the plane.
All right, y'all see, so now what they're saying is they were set up. Essentially, that's exactly what they're saying. That Jubilee, which is the channel that it was on, I saw somebody ask that in the chat room. Jubilee set them up. That's what they're saying. That, oh no, Jubilee knew he was an immigrant and this makes immigrants look bad. Jubilee set us up. Jubilee set us up. Okay. No, you guys were not set up. Jubilee didn't handpick a bunch of conservatives and make sure that they were Black immigrants. No, most of these quote unquote conservative Blacks, most of these are tethers. It's kind of hard not to pick a damn tether. Okay, most of the conservative Blacks, the conservative Blacks that are FBA are old, to be honest with you. Most of the younger, notice this, most of the younger coon Black conservatives are tethers, got a tether background. So it's very easy to pick them. Jubilee might not have known, but she's out there trying to make it seem like, oh, this is a plot to set us up to push a diaspora war, because now we just reinforce what foundational Black Americans have been saying. Oh, no. This ain't a plot. We've been saying y'all been acting like this. This is just the everyday average tether right now, to be honest. He ain't nothing special. Y'all been acting like this. They didn't cherry pick nobody to look for a tether to bring on to the show. No. They just picked somebody who's a damn anti-Black and he happened to be a tether, like a lot of them are. It was no setup. This is no big conspiracy. Oh, no. And she's sitting up there trying to, all of them are now upset that tethers have been exposed. So all of this was good. So I'm glad Amanda did that. We got to get into Amanda, though. Okay, but before we do that, let me get to super chat. Shout out to Linus Bless, says enough of the how do you see that? Let me see. Enough of the Hamties already. Enough of them. Thank you very much for that. Marcus says we have tether termites in our house. FBA, we got tether termites in our house. B1, we do, and they're messing it up, and we're exterminating termites problems. Not all immigrants. We're not doing that. Mother Tree and Moon says white people get food, land handouts from the U.S. government. Yeah, they do. They get free land handout, all of that. They get free all of that stuff from the U.S. government all of the time, and nobody calls that my handouts. Hamites. I couldn't really. Yeah, Hamites. Okay. All right. So Amanda. All right, let's talk about Amanda. Giving credit where credit is due. We got to give credit where credit is due. But I find it very interesting that she pivoted, because Amanda is half FBA, but Amanda is also half Ghanaian. And she talks about that quite often. Talks about the fact that she got dual citizenship in her mother's home country, Grenada. All right. Okay. You got dual citizenship in Grenada. You go around talking about how you have Grenadian, and you walk around with the flag, boasting about the flag and your immigrant background and your mother's background and everything like that. And it's interesting because she's out here delineating. That's not what she's always been on. She's not always been on that page. And we're starting to see a pivot from Amanda. Okay. So remember when we first started delineating, Amanda was not on that page. Amanda didn't like that idea at all when we first started doing it. Look at this.
Does someone who is allowed to speak about blackness and their blackness, what does that person look like? Where is that person from? Some people are like, well, Lovey can't talk because she wasn't born here, even though she grew up here since she was 9 years old. Amanda can't talk about being a black woman because she light skinned. You know, can Tiffany Haddish talk about being a black woman? She from the hood? Nope, because her father is Eritrean. What about Issa? Can Issa talk about being a black woman? Well, I don't know. Her dad is from Senegal, and she did live there for a few years, so is she black enough for y'all? What about Angela Rye? Can she speak about being a black woman? Can she be a commentator for black culture? Well, you know, she light-skinned, and she comes from an elite background, so no, she can't either. Who the can? Who can? Tell me the formula. As far as I'm concerned, if you're a black person living a black experience and have a love for black people and black culture, then your commentary, if it's coming from an honest and informed place, should be revered and respected, not constantly attempted to be undermined and challenged.
Oh, now this was Amanda when we was starting to do that in the beginning. Okay. When we started delineating and saying that, hey, everybody can't speak on our community with such authority, because at the point in time you had a whole bunch of immigrants like tethers, like the one she just dealt with, who were speaking on foundational black American community and what we got going on and what we need to do and what we need to fix with a bunch of authority. And she was all like, oh, why can't they speak on it? Are they black enough for y'all? Oh, they not black enough for y'all? They not black enough for y'all? Okay. Yeah, we remember that. We remember. Now you want to be on Jubilee and you want to talk about black immigrants. Y'all can't come over here and do this and do this and do this and do this. But you, when we were doing it, Amanda, you were saying that they should all be black enough, and we should. Where's the formula of who gets to speak on a community, who gets to not? And first off, she does a lot of the whole light skin thing. Oh, you light skin, so you can't speak. I don't know where she gets that from. Like, people care about her being light-skinned. People do not really care about her being light-skinned, but to her, that's a very big deal. Her being light-skinned is a very big deal to her. It's not to nobody else, but it is to her. All right, it's a great big deal to her. Okay. Now, she goes on and she's been making stuff. And she says that she's not a Democrat. She's not a liberal. All right. Very interesting, though. Because I don't think that's where you always stood, Amanda. That's not where Amanda always stood on certain issues and on voting and politics. I remember Amanda was very mad at black people, in particular black men. We're going to get into Amanda's little issue with black men in a second as well, too. Amanda was mad at black men. for not voting. Okay.
Y'all really over here talking about Jesse's possible lie set us back, as if R. Kelly is still not walking around.
Now, this was in 2019. She's talking about Jussie Smollett, the one who went around and he lied saying he was going to go get a Subway sandwich, and then two MAGA folk came there and jumped him and beat him up and committed this hate crime, and he made the whole thing up with some Nigerian tethers, by the way, but okay, I digress.
Around free. I want to get to a place of understanding of just like, what do y'all really think all this is? You think one actor coming up with a story that if false is problematic, you think that set us back? No. What set us back is the fact that not enough black men came out to vote, and therefore we got this fucking ass president in office. What sets us back is the coons who allow for policies to be.
Okay, now when black people didn't vote for Hillary Clinton, that was because we didn't receive anything under Obama. And Hillary wasn't going to do anything for the black community. And we were saying, why should we go out there and vote for you, Hillary, or support the Democratic Party at all, period, if we're not going to get anything out of that? If you're going to go above and beyond and look out for everybody except black people, foundational black Americans, what sense does it make for us to keep putting you guys in office? How does that benefit us? That's illogical for us to keep putting you guys in office. And Amanda was very upset with that. She was sitting up there wagging her finger, talking about black men didn't get out there and vote, and black men needed to. Now we got Donald Trump in office. Now we're starting to see a pivot. Because there was another video where she was out there criticizing Obama. Look at this. It's very interesting.
I see lots of folks really still loving Obama. And I'd be like, still? And even if, like, you have an affinity towards Obama, when I see people, and when I say people, I'm talking about Questlove. I saw Questlove post something about Obama, and he was like, you know, I've been seeing a lot of folks nitpicking Obama lately. And then I went to unfollow him, but he had already unfollowed me. So I don't know how at this point in this time people are still calling, you know, like a friend of mine still like, but Obama and Michelle are my forever FLOTUS. And I'm like, why? Things like Obama did more specifically for us. Please tell me, what did Obama do specifically for black people? Please, somebody tell me. Somebody.
And I want to say this. I got to say this. As correct as she is, we were criticizing Obama way before it was ever popular. Now it's a thing where now Obama is not this damn beacon of purity in the black community where people can't speak ill of his name. Now people can criticize Obama. Now everybody wants to do that. Now she's correct. She's 100% correct. But she wasn't doing that when it was unpopular. We were out here doing that and criticizing Obama and the Democrats when it was unpopular. Back when Hillary was running, we were criticizing Obama. And they was all like, oh, how could y'all say that about Obama? We got the Obamacare Act and we got this and we got that. And how could y'all say that y'all want to go vote for Trump? Now that Obama's reputation is garbage, and you ain't gonna really get a lot of pushback, even though you still get some, you're not gonna get nearly as much pushback for criticizing Obama, the Obama administration, or the Democrats. Now you're starting to see folks jump on the grassroots wave, the foundational black American narratives that we're saying, even though FBA is a lineage, but the grassroots element of the lineage, they're echoing our narratives. Okay. Now it's interesting because you were just criticizing black men for not voting for Hillary a couple years ago. Now you want to come up here and talk about what did Obama do for the black community? You see, you think we forgot that, but we didn't.
Tell me, please. Obama was a great orator. He inspired many people with his presence, but that does not avail him of critique and talking about his bad choices and policies. Inspired them to do what? What did Obama inspire them to do with his presence? Aspire to be a part of establishments? He never spoke about reparations. He never spoke about police protections, about securing police protections for Black people, or just for anyone, honestly. Just like qualified immunity should be removed in general.
Yeah, but you didn't have this energy when Hillary was running. You were sitting up there talking about how Black men were bad for not voting for Hillary. And Hillary got co-signed by Obama, and Hillary wasn't going to do anything for the Black community, and Obama didn't do anything for the Black community. And none of these criticisms that you have, even as right as they are, you didn't have that back when it kind of mattered. Now Obama's reputation is dirt now anyway, so it's kind of safe for you in your career to criticize him. You're not going to be seen as, or as much as, a damn radical now, because it's more publicly acceptable for you to criticize Obama. So now you want to come out and criticize Obama. Okay.
He said we couldn't have Medicare for all because the insurance companies provide jobs. Like, what are we, like, at some point, your politics has to come beyond identity. And that is what so many of us are stuck in. The identity politics, which literally is just, because they look like me. Representation is not a generic concept. So should we be proud that Clarence Thomas is on the Supreme Court? Should we?
So now you're starting to see the rebrand. There's a wave of people trying to do the little FBA rebrand now, where now everybody's kind of echoing what the grassroots is talking about. She even criticized Kamala Harris when she was running.
Clips of Kamala Harris stating things. I don't need politicians to state things. I need politicians to do things. When I met with Kamala Harris after she summoned me, I said to her straight up, you talk out two sides of your neck and we don't know what you're talking about. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Kamala Harris who's trying to shut me the fuck up. Because I told her straight up that I feel like she is disingenuous in her messaging. And she said to me, well, you're being too critical. And I said, I am a voter. I'm supposed to be critical. That's my job. And I want to see actions. She said, well, how am I supposed to talk about racism in America without calling Americans racist? I said, well, first of all, there are many racist Americans. But there's also policy, legislation, institution, and systems that are racist that need to be addressed. They need to be addressed. And if you're not going to do that in an actualized way and in a loud, bold way, people will never really know where you're coming from. Well, you can't tell me how I feel. So I'm not telling you how you feel. I'm telling you how you sound. I'm telling you how you sound. Okay?
Oh. Okay. All right. So we don't get so it's been a little bit. Okay. All right. All right. So Amanda she's been kind of very critical lately of the Democratic Party. I mean, she's been kind of doing her best to really rebrand. Let me pull up, because we got some other receipts. Let me pull up this other receipt real fast. This is on Twitter. I got it saved on Twitter. So let me pull this other receipt up. So this shift has come very suddenly in the last couple of years or so. It's very interesting. I mean, she's delineating. She's pulling up. Oh, come on now. gonna tell me. Where is it? It's not acting like it's not pulling up. She's delineating. She's pulling up a whole bunch of different stuff, talking about how, Obama didn't do anything for the black community. And she's, bringing a bunch of stuff up, which, like I said before, is not incorrect. It's not incorrect. But what's very interesting about this is that that's not the page she was on, especially when it was unpopular. When it was unpopular for her to be on that page, she wasn't on that page. But now that it's popular for her to be on that page, now she's back on that page, or now she's on that page. And I ain't going to say back on that page. Now she's on that page. Okay. Kind of interesting. Let's see. Very, very interesting. Let me say something. Damn. All right. Hold on. Let me see something. I'm trying to see if I can pull it up. Yep. They can't stop me. Okay. All right. Hold on. Tried to take it away from me. I had to pull it up. I had to find a sneaky way to pull it up, but I did. I got it. Now she's being very critical of the Democratic Party. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button. That's what I need y'all to do. Hit that like button. Greatly appreciate that. Thank you. So this is her.
When I see black women doing the whole like, I'm in the 92%, I'm like, you sound like a dumb fool, because you're 92%. All you did was really just say, okay, we're going to uphold an establishment that's never cared about 92% of us. They've never cared about you ever. When I see
now she's calling the 92% damn fools. Okay. Very interesting pivot. Very interesting pivot, because she was calling us hoteps and all of that stuff, talking about how black men needed to vote for Harris and all of that. She was doing all of that from the very beginning. Now she's changing. And a lot of that is because of the fact that all of these Democratic shills, they don't have no credibility at all, period. No more. They really don't. So now a lot of them, they got to pivot. They got to use FBA, grassroots talking points and narratives. Okay. Let's get to some of the super chats real fast. Let's get to some of that. No. Hold on. Which one was it? Okay. April. Shout out to April. FBA should speak on FBA issues, period. That's very true. We should. And we got to make sure we delineate to make sure it stays the way it needs to be. What's the other one? Shout out to Super Centaur says she's a hot topic tether. She is. And then Chandler says, keep doing God's work. Afro, thank you very much. Appreciate you support. Vicky sends a super sticker. Thank you, Vicky. Appreciate you. Now we're going to get into the half FBA thing, because she's taking this stance like she's FBA, even though she's always bragged and boasted about being an immigrant, a daughter of immigrants. Let me tell you guys why. And we got to be very careful, because what we have is a lot of half FBAs. And the issue that we're having, I want you guys to follow me with this. The issue that we're having with a lot of half FBAs, keep in mind, a lot of the half FBAs that we deal with are half FBA and half Caribbean. The half FBA issue, because we have different issues and they stem from different places. We have to be mature enough to really understand where they come from, so we can know how to handle it, and we can point it out, expose it, and handle it. The half FBA issue that we deal with most of the time are half FBA and half Caribbean. Okay, keep that in mind. Which she used to brag about. Okay. No, she used to brag about being that, and she used to boast about being half FBA or really immigrant. That's where she really was proud of, and we're gonna get into why. Let's pull this up. Hold on. No, she's her parent. One of her parents is not white. Her father is FBA. Her mother is Grenadian. All right.
Like I first of all, I'm West Indian, so. And I'm from Grenada. It's called the Isle of Spice. Not just because of nutmeg, but we're spicy, We're spicy.
I saw it firsthand. I was there.
Now, I want you to see that when she used her identifier the way she wants to, she openly said, I'm Grenadian. Okay? I'm West Indian. She didn't say she was half West Indian. She didn't say she was half Grenadian. So they'll walk around and they'll be all like, hey, I'm Grenadian. I'm from Grenada. I'm West Indian. I'm from the Caribbean. Okay? That's how she opened it up. That's how she identified it.
Like I first of all, I'm West Indian. So, and I'm from Grenada. It's called the Isle of Spice, not just because of nutmeg, but we're spicy, you know. We're spicy.
I saw it firsthand. I was there.
I never said that. You know, I've had people do entire videos about like Amanda Seales thinks she's better than Black Americans because she's from the Caribbean. I have never said anything even remotely resembling that. Also, I'm Black American. My father is a nigga from Boston. You know, like the descendant of slaves from Arkansas. What are we fucking talking about?
You'll learn that in small doses. There you go.
Like, I have never said I think I'm prettier than anybody because I'm light skinned. Are you fucking really?
And okay, there she goes with this light skin stuff. I don't know what is going on with the light, because she brings this up often. Like, this is some big deal to a lot of people. I don't know who she thinks this matters that much to, but I guarantee you nobody really cares about you being light skinned. Okay, it's not that big of a deal. But notice how she refers to her father as a quote unquote nigga from Boston. But when she spoke about her mother's side of the family being from Grenada, she said that with pride.
You know, I first of all, I'm West Indian. So, and I'm from Grenada. It's called the Isle of Spice, not just because of nutmeg, but we're spicy, you know. We're spicy.
I saw it firsthand.
Now, here's the thing. Let me tell y'all what the thing with her is. She's half FBA, but now she's from Grenada. Guess who else is from Grenada? Who else is half FBA? Somebody we respect. All right. And I'm going to tell you the issue with the half FBA tethers, or the anchor babies rather. Okay. Guess who else is from half FBA, half Grenada? Malcolm X. Malcolm X's mother, just like Amanda Seales' mother, was from Grenada. And Malcolm X's father is FBA, just like Amanda Seales' father. And you see the different direction that Malcolm X took when it comes to FBA issues and being on code versus Amanda Seales. Why is that? That is because Malcolm and Amanda grew up very differently, viewing FBAs very differently. Because the thing is, Malcolm, at least for a small point of his life, grew up in a two-parent household. Okay, his father was killed by the Klan and his mother was taken away from him by the state. His mother's from Grenada, but he grew up around foundational Black Americans. He was raised around foundational Black Americans. Okay, it was foundational Black Americans who looked after Malcolm, who taught Malcolm, who gamed Malcolm up. It was foundational Black Americans who welcomed Malcolm in the nation. It was foundational Black Americans who taught Malcolm everything he knew, who gave him the platform and the voice and all of that stuff. So even though Malcolm is half Grenadian, just like Amanda, Malcolm never had this issue. Malcolm always kind of leaned more to his FBA side because that was all he knew. Malcolm didn't really grow up with no Caribbean background and none of that stuff. Malcolm didn't grow up like that. I mean, let you tell it as far as his ethnicity and his culture, Malcolm is full FBA because his Grenadian family didn't really play that big of a factor in his life. Okay, didn't. Now, Amanda is very different because her father is FBA and her mother is not FBA. The difference with Amanda is that her father, her FBA father, was not in her life. And her mother was in her life. And that causes Amanda to lean heavily into her immigrant background from her mother's side of the family. Are you guys copying what I'm saying? Okay? Are y'all following me? Her father, and she said this in her book, her father pretty much was not there. She was pretty much abandoned by her FBA father. So not only does that cause her to lean into and have a stronger allegiance to her immigrant side, it also causes her to have a little bit of resentment to her FBA side. So now there's a little bit of bitterness and spite that she has to her FBA side, because this is what happens a lot of times. This is what happens a lot of times, right? They come over here, and unfortunately, it's an anchor baby situation. Their parents were never married, unlike Malcolm, because Malcolm's parents were, he grew up in a two-parent household, at least in the very early stages of his life, as married parents in the very early stages of his life. So Malcolm wasn't an anchor baby. These people are anchor babies, where they're coming over here and they're like, hey, I'm from the Caribbean. Let me hurry up, get a kid. Let me hurry up, get this 14th Amendment thing going, and let me have this baby. All right. And the dad is, you know, in and out, or whatever the case is. So the dad doesn't really play that much of a factor. So that allows the only family that Amanda really knows is her Grenadian family, her family from Grenada. And that also causes a lot of little resentment towards FBA. You know who else is a problem that is half Caribbean and half FBA? Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, the one who vetoed reparations. You guys didn't know Wes Moore, his mother is Jamaican and his father's FBA, but Wes Moore's father was also not in his life. Wes Moore is also another anchor baby who also harbors resentment from his FBA father, who was not in his life. So Wes Moore has his allegiance to his immigrant Jamaican side, which is why when it comes to immigrants and doing all that stuff for immigrants, Wes Moore is all about that. His loyalty is all about immigrants. But when it comes to doing stuff for FBAs, he doesn't want to do that because it's a little personal issue he has against FBAs. You got to watch a lot of these anchor babies. Guess who else? Y'all be surprised to see this or to hear this. A lot of y'all know. Some people may not know. Guess who else also has FBA background and Caribbean background? Candace Owens. Did you guys know that? Candace Owens. She got FBA and she got Caribbean. But the thing is that now Candace has admitted to this, not in her book, but Candace has admitted to this on camera. She's told on herself. Candace wasn't raised by her FBA side of the family. Candace was raised by her Caribbean side of the family. So just like, and all of this stuff adds up. It's not a coincidence that we're seeing the case with all of these anchor babies, okay? Candace has resentment against FBA, which is why she gets to disparage FBA so unapologetically and sleep like a baby. But she doesn't want to do that against Caribbeans, okay? We got to really understand exactly that. We got to kind of diagnose them in order to really understand like what's going on. Why do they feel this way? Candace doesn't want to do that against who she feels like is her people, because she does not feel as if foundational Black Americans are her people. She doesn't feel that way. Let's see where she says that because of her background, she has a bias. Hold on, look at this.
I'll be honest, I have a Caribbean bias. My former producer made it very clear to me that I have a Caribbean bias because she'd pitch me stories or like say like Rihanna did this, and I'd be like, I'm not going to say anything bad about Rihanna, or like Nicki Minaj. And she's like, but I have a Caribbean bias. This guy's got a Caribbean accent. My grandma had a very thick St. Thomian accent.
Do you see that? It was her grandma, her immigrant side of the family. She don't talk about her FBA side of the family. So just like with Amanda, just like with Wes Moore, just like with Candace, all of them have resentment because a lot of them feel abandoned by their FBA side of the family. So there's this type of revenge thing that they have subconsciously in their mind. that they almost want to have revenge against that. And just like with Amanda, as you can see right here, just like with Wes Moore, and just like with Candace, all of their allegiance goes to the immigrant side of their family. This is why we got to be very, very careful with a lot of the anchor babies, because a lot of the anchor babies, they do stuff out of like some type, they're motivated a lot of times by revenge. They're motivated because a lot of them nowadays, because it wasn't really that case during Malcolm's time, which is why you see, even though Malcolm, his mother was from Grenada and Malcolm is half FBA, Malcolm doesn't, you've never heard Malcolm disparaging foundational Black Americans, foundational Black American culture, or anything like that. You've heard Malcolm only say positive things and even delineating when it came to other groups of Caribbeans and things, and advocating for us, because Malcolm didn't grow up having resentment against foundational Black Americans, unlike they did. Do you see that? Okay. Do you see that? All right. This is why we got to be very careful with that, because a lot of them, they'll be anchor babies and they'll grow up with this desire to get back at FBAs. And their allegiance all of the time will go 100% to their immigrant background. And this is the situation with Amanda. So this is why we got to be like, even though Amanda, she was on her thing, and she was on her thing. She did her big one, as they call it. She did it. Okay, good. But yet we still have seen too much of the fact that you got dual allegiances, just like you got, just right here, you got dual allegiances, Amanda. So we can't be having you out there repping FBA, because we already know you got an open bias against FBA. That's already been abundantly clear, that you have a bias against foundational Black Americans, and you have a bias for your immigrant background, which is why we got to be 100% clear with everything. Even when people be all like, I'm half FBA. Oh, no. Because when they say they're half, that could actually be a red flag. Now, when they say they're half FBA, now we got to fully go into, okay, well, what is your relationship with FBA then? Because if they're half, that might let you know that there's some type of spite and jealousy that they have, that we got to be very, very careful of. You have to be very careful of. So as far as people representing us, we can give props where props is due. But oh, no, we ain't letting you in the juke joint. We ain't letting you in there, okay? And it's not even because you have, it's because of your allegiance. That's the thing. Because if you are a rider, it is what it is. But the thing is that you have shown too often that you have a resentment, especially against Black men in particular. That's because of her father. And she's admitted that her father was not in her life. So if you got a thing against FBA men in particular, we can't have you on this wishy-washy thing where we're cheering you on and putting you on this pedestal, and then you flip-flop because you still harbor a lot of anger against FBA. Can't do that. It's dangerous. That's why we got to do thorough background checks. I hope you guys are hitting that like button. I hope you guys are doing that. All right. You know what I want to do, y'all? Since we got a little bit of time tonight, we do got some time tonight, don't we? Don't we got a little bit of time tonight? We've been having a good night tonight. We got a lot of people in here. I want to know what y'all think. I think that would be really good. Let me hear what you guys got to say about the situation. Let's see what y'all got to say about the situation. So let's see what we can do here. Let's open up the phone lines. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna open up these phone lines real quick, and we're going to hold on. What the hell? I'm trying to open up the phone lines, see what's going on. Oh, okay. Hold on. I'm doing the wrong button. Yeah, let's open up the phone lines real quick. Y'all need to be hitting that like button. I'm opening up right now. Okay. I was hitting the wrong button. No, my fault. Okay, hold on. Okay. Okay, here we go. The phone lines are open. Okay, here we go. It's kinda tripping for a second. Yep, this computer is kind of tripping. All right, so the number is right here. The number is 949-381-0044. That's 949-381-0044. If you call in, just state where you're calling from, your name and where you're calling from. Do that first, okay? Give your opinion or ask your question. Be quick about it because there's a lot of people who be wanting to call in. Last time we had like almost 100 people try to call in, and we cannot be on here for like a whole nother 5-6 hours. We ain't gonna do a 5-6 hour night tonight, y'all. We can't do it. We cannot do it. All right. I love you, but we can't do it. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna hurry up and make sure we get this taken care of. I need you guys to, don't be too long-winded. Say what you gotta say, get it off your chest, but don't be too long-winded, family. But we got a lot of people calling in right now. Whole bunch of people calling in right this second. Okay. So let's get to it. Caller from area code 910. What's your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, hey, I'm Kevin and I'm calling in from Florida.
Okay, Kevin. Hold on. You guys can hear him, right? Because I know I did a little audio thing, so I just want to make sure that you guys can hear him clearly. Let me just make sure. You can hear me, Kevin, right?
Yes, I have you loud and clear.
Okay. Y'all hear him? Okay. Okay, we can hear you. What's on your mind, Kevin?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, as it relates to that debate between Amanda Seals and those black conservatives, one thing that I noticed with the black conservatives, and I was always kind of sketchy of them in the beginning, I just didn't understand why, is that they go out of their way to blame black people for everything that's wrong with black people, or that they see that's wrong with black people. They ignore the majority of the productive black population, by the way. They focus on the negative minority. And then on top of that, they do everything they can to defend essentially the dominant society. And it's weird. And I knew I didn't like them, but I just didn't know why. But talking to them more and more, that's what I'm seeing from them. Do you see that also?
Yeah, I do. When a black person does something good, go to college, start a business or anything like that, that gets ignored. There's no celebration or upliftment, or they're not happy for black people doing that. But a black person does anything wrong, it becomes a proxy, and black people are all bad, and it's the dad's not in the home. They do that a lot. They hyper focus on everything negative. That's why they're always talking about Chicago and stuff.
Well, I know you got a lot of callers, so I'll say this last thing. So one thing I noticed is that as it relates to issues and problems, like they go down the long list of problems that, black people are having. We get all of that, right? But basically, it's just a long list of complaints. It's never, okay, I'm identifying the problem and then I have a solution for this. And usually a lot of the black problems are actually related to policy, unfair, practices, bad legislation, something that's actually helped to create the problem. See, that's the part they want to avoid. They don't want to talk about that part, but they just want to highlight, well, this is an issue, whatever the issue is. But that's just one thing I noticed. I don't want to hold you, but thanks for letting me up. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. Thank you. When they say we got to hold ourselves accountable, how? What does that mean? What really does that mean? Holding ourselves accountable. What does that mean? Do we all have to go to jail? What exactly does us all holding each other accountable mean? What does that mean exactly? And they can't say anything. Caller from area code 929. You're on live. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Caller from
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You're 949. You mean 949?
Okay, well that's
you
not
hear me?
Yeah, that's not the number I see here. But okay, what's your name and where are you calling from? Might be
Okay, I'm calling from New York. I'm New York all the way. FBA all the way, no delay. And I want to add, you remember that song from Heat Wave?
Yeah.
The song is called Ain't No Half Stepping. You need to use that song if you get the chance to get the copyright. Because ain't no half stepping. We can't go over into their land and start trashing on their culture and on their territory. My suggestion is, if they feel in some kind of way, they need to take their butts right back to where they come from and fix their problems that's over there and stop bringing their cheesy, garbage problems over here to us when we have our own situation that we have to rise up and put these people in check. I'm sick and tired of them. And then she disrespects her father. I'm a father. She used the nigger word. Okay, I don't hear nobody saying my what's up my spick, what's up my chink, what's up my jigaboo, what's up my guinea. I'm sick and tired of that word. And when a person say that to me, my nigga, you know what I tell them? What's up my spick? And they get mad.
Okay,
so that's what we're gonna do. We need to start reversing
because we are on YouTube. So let me say this, that the opinions of the callers do not reflect the opinions of the host. You got to be careful for YouTube, you know, because then they'll say that this is a hate channel. So that's, you know.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You're right.
But you're right. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna let you land.
Let me just back up off that. But the reason why, but nobody says, see, when they use that N word, nobody attacks it. Well, that word shouldn't be accepted on the air either. And YouTube need to say, don't say that word. Since every other word or any other ethnicity so-called slur is not accepted, they should say we don't accept that word either. They should protect our appearance and our culture and who we are. Everybody wants to come over here, jump on, look up on us, want to take our music, want to take our trade. All of our inventions was invented here, want to take credit for something that they didn't put in. We put the work in, and they come over here and it's already laid out. Okay, they got their money, they're their doctors, they're lawyers, and take their butt back over town, go back to where they came from and be a doctor and a lawyer over there and allow us to do what we know how to do over here.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we need, because we don't need no coattail. Now down south they call them coattail riders. That's what they are. They ride our coattail. They come over here, we teach them, we accept them, but all the time in the back of their heads, they don't accept us. They just using us to get what they can get, and then they want to get their nose stuck up in the air. But they don't realize over 300 sisters was laid off because they thought they didn't need no man. You see it. They thought they were secured. They're on the bench in these fake courtrooms, destroying the brothers, telling us, "Oh, you shut up." But those are the same women that are getting laid off now. Now they're finding out they wasn't protected at the first place. Now they want to call out on the brother. Now they're looking for us, but now we're at each other's throat because we damage each other.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm saying to you, brother,
I'm gonna let
you keep it up all the way. There ain't no half step.
Because we got a lot of callers, so.
All right, but remember, keep it real. Say ain't no half stepping. Tell them to step on out. You got to be 100%.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's true. Can't have no dual allegiances. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Peace.
That's true. We all of that dual allegiance stuff. We can't trust that. We can't trust that. Once you let us know where your allegiance has lied originally, all of that. Well, I changed. Okay. Well, the thing is that right now we are in too sensitive of a condition for us to trust people off of the guides of what is popular. Because now FBA is popular. Folks wasn't on there when it wasn't. So yeah, we got to keep that in mind. Caller from area code 718. You're on live. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Caller from area code 718. Okay. Caller from area code 718 is not here. That's all right then. Caller from area code 504. You're on live. What's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Mary. I'm calling from Bangkok, I guess, Thailand.
Oh, okay. How you doing, Mary?
But I'm from New Orleans though. I'm doing pretty good. I just wanted to comment specifically about Amanda Seales because I've been a very big fan of her for a very long time. until recently, which was like a couple of weeks ago, when she started talking about immigration related policies and getting on her page and saying that Black Americans are going to be getting deported soon, which is crazy because, you know, that's not possible. And I'm asking her, like, where are we going to go? Where are we going to get deported to? So it wasn't just that, but it's several things. Like the guy, there was apparently I think he was Caribbean or his parents are Caribbean. And she was promoting on her page that I thought I told you so. This is the first, like they're deporting Americans right now. Okay, he's not an American. You know what I mean? Like with the whole misleading information, you know?
Yeah.
So like so people were making comments in her comments, and then they were talking about FBA, and she was negatively speaking about them. So don't be fooled by nothing that she's saying, you know what I mean, regarding, you know, in support of Black Americans, because she is 100% immigrant first.
Yep. We got them just because they use a talking point they might hear us use, and which is what they're going to start doing because that's how they gain credibility back. But just because of that, her allegiance, that's the most important thing. Her allegiance is to her immigrant background. And she keeps showing that. She consistently keeps showing that her care and allegiance is to immigrants. That's very true.
Thank you.
No, thank you, Mary. I hope they better be treating you right in Bangkok. They better be treating you right. That'll make me have to get on them.
They are. And just, you know what, one last thing is, so because every time they're talking about black Americans and our influence is everywhere. I cannot go anywhere without hearing Black American music. It's everywhere I go. I go in the bar, they got pictures of nothing but Black Americans on the wall. You order food, they have Thai food, but then they have a New Orleans. Like everywhere you go, it's Black American influence over here.
Yes. Yes, that's very true. We're global. Our culture is global, and everybody copies it, and nobody gives us credit for it. And I'm glad that you're in Bangkok and can contest to that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, you have a good one. And another thing, I'm glad that you're in Bangkok because that also defeats the narrative that we don't travel. That's a thing that a lot of tethers are saying too. FBA, we're so untraveled and we don't travel nowhere. We got sisters calling in from Bangkok. You know what I'm saying? We travel all around the world. All of that, we don't travel. Stop that. That's very untrue. So I'm glad that she's also calling in from that and can debunk that lie. Let's get to caller from area code 314. You're on live. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Caller from area code 314.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing? Can you hear us? Is everything okay? Okay, well, I'm not sure what's going on, caller. We're gonna have to move on. All right, let's not do that, y'all. Slowing the room down. Caller from area code 720. You're on live. What's your name and where you calling from? Is it me? Can y'all hear me? Okay, well, we're not okay. Come on now. Caller from area code 971. You're on live. What is your name and where are you calling from?
Good evening, Afro. This is Jacoby from Portland, Oregon.
Jacoby, thank you. So it's not me. Y'all can hear me. Thank you. What's on your mind, Jacoby?
A lot of it's going through my mind. I put in the chat. I don't know why YouTube changed they used to put your full name in there, but my mom is FBA and my dad's Ethiopian. My mom and dad separated. I was born in '81, and my mom raised me. Then my grandma raised me. My grandma's from the South Alabama, Covington, Alabama. And so
your dad's mom raised you as well?
My mom's FBA.
Okay. Your mom is FBA. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
My grandma came up here in 1968. So uh, my dad came much later in my life, and we didn't really get along and all that stuff. And we visit, but I always lean more to side my mom's side, my FBA side. My relationship with my dad came much later, and I don't hate my both sides. You gotta love your both sides, but you just can't be a coon or a tether. Okay, and and I think that's the thing where if you got anger issues, hidden anger issues, and you're trying to represent FBA, don't do it. Don't do it. Go get you some help. Go get you some counseling. Go get you some help because you do a disservice to the foundation of Black Americans. And no wonder we've been held back for like 50 years, man, because we see somebody that looks like us. Oh, he's our brother. He's our sister. We used to wear the dashiki. We used to wear the loved ones shirts and all that stuff. At the same time, they're calculating their demise so they can have the people do better than you. And people don't like it when you break away and say, you know what, forget you guys. We're delineating. What? Yes, you didn't do anything. I asked you to take care of the house. I asked you to make sure my food was warm and everything. I asked you to do this. You said you did. You didn't do it. You gave it to everybody else who just came here. I'm working hard every single day. You gave that person the big chicken, but I'm working hard every single day. No, get out. Get out the house. No, I can do it myself. Get out. I don't need you. And then the ones who are loyal will be the ones with you. But not all skin folks ain't not all kinfolk all skin folks ain't kinfolks. If I'm getting that reversed.
That's true.
And it's a good thing. And I'm glad that people can say whatever they want about me in the chat or whatever. I woke up much later in my life when Trayvon Martin, the way he was treated, when Mike Brown, the way he was treated, something inside me I said, I don't know. I started following Dr. Claude Anderson. And all this was a search of finding myself. And I'm glad I found myself. I'm glad I found you guys. I'm glad I found Jason Black, Tariq Nasheed, Professor Black Truth. And the best knowledge I ever got was me shutting up and listening. Because, and I want to try to land the plane. I'll lean with this. If you don't clean house, you get a Dr. Umar Johnson. I had to go there.
Yeah.
If you don't clean house, you get a Dr. Umar Johnson, his ass crashing out. It's like a cockroach that don't want to leave. And it's a good thing. I don't mind going through a background check. Okay, prove me. I need to prove myself. I need to show why I need to be deserving and to be in this chat. I need to be deserving why I walk these streets. You don't know me from a can of paint. All you can do is just my actions.
Yeah, but I'm gonna give you 10 seconds because I got a lot of other people.
I'm gonna land my plane. Okay. You have a good night, sir.
Hey, well, I'm gonna say I'm glad that eventually, you know what I'm saying, we have to understand that this is a journey and that everybody doesn't start at the same location. Some people start when they're kids. Some people start because of their parents. Some people have to start because they learn themselves the hard way, whether that was through personal experience or happenstance or whatever the case is. But as long as you're on the right path, that's all we can ask for. That's all we can ask for. And I appreciate your support. Let's see if this is working now. Caller from area code 720. You're on live with your name and where you calling from.
Yes, this is Jeffrey Parris out of Denver, Colorado.
What's on your mind, brother?
Hey, peace, Afro Elite. Peace to the chat. Peace to the family. I was just gonna say I was kind of surprised by Amanda Sears. She want to start talking like FBA, and I thought that was kind of hilarious. I watched the whole interview, the whole debate yesterday myself, and I was like, she must be listening to the new black media because the show is using a lot of our talking points. But like previous callers have stated, we can't have people with dual alliances and people that's been all flip-floppy. Like, you got to really stand on this FBA business. Like, it's not a game. It's not a joke. And we keeping receipts and invoices on all of that. As y'all know, I ran for mayor of Denver, Colorado. I ran on the Black First agenda. And, yeah, I'm really thorough to it, Afro Elite. My people are from the Chi as well. My dad's side, my mom's side is from New York. So I'm FBA all the way. They parents are from the South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, all of that. So I just found it funny that Amanda Sears want to start talking like us. That's all I have to say. I'm actually outside, so I got to get back inside. But
All right,
I
appreciate you,
giving
brother.
me the time to speak. So make sure y'all check out the Frontline Black News.
Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Well, shout out to that. Shout out to the callers. All right, let's see if we get it now. Caller from 314. Caller from 314. You're on live. Okay. All right. 314 is just not with us tonight. It's all right. It's all right. We're just gonna move on. Caller from 213. You are on live. What's your name and where you calling from?
Yes, I'm McKinley Robinson, calling from Los Angeles. Can you hear me?
Yes. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing excellent. I just wanted to call and let you know I'm 67 years old and I listen to you and I appreciate you as a young man enlightening me as you also enlighten other people to understand about being FBA and that I listen to you all the time and I learn from you. I'm 67 again. I'm what I consider myself a true OG, the older gentleman, because I learned from them. And I keep learning because I like to listen to young men like you and the other young men who be expounding upon FBA business. That's all I really wanted to say was thank you, man.
Appreciate
for keeping that. Yeah, thank you for keeping the blackness going.
Thank you. I appreciate your support. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Have a good one.
You too. All right. Just gotta love that. Much love and much respect. I love the phone lines when we open up the phone lines. Just love it. You gotta love it. Caller from area code 346.
All right.
Caller from area code 346. You're on live. What's your name and where you calling from?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm calling from the big state of Texas.
From Texas. I got family. What's your name, brother?
John.
What's on your mind, brother?
Yes, sir, John. So I just wanted to ask a question. So when you say foundational Black American, the term Black, how are you using the term Black?
How are we using it? Well, in the term foundational Black American, the term Black is used as
Excuse me, sir.
Hold on.
I'm asking you about the.
I don't know if you can hear me.
My question was about Black, the term Black.
Okay. Can you repeat I want to be very clear about what your question is. So you're asking me like, what does Black mean, or what do you?
Yes, sir. I'm asking you, how are you using the term Black?
Well, for the most part, I use the term Black as a racial category because, Black as being a classification of a race. The racial classification is Black. Black in other terms mean different other things as well, too. There are different words that mean different things in different settings. So when I use Black, I'm speaking about Black, the people who are racially classified as Black in this country. All right. Now, when I talk about foundational Black American, I'm speaking about a specific lineage of Black people in this country.
Okay, sir. So I'll go back to the term black.
Okay.
You said that you used the term black in the category of race, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so what definition are you using? The United States definition of black? I just
Are we using the? I would suppose. I mean, we are in the United States, so.
yes, sir. Okay, have you looked at the definition of the classification of race and the definition of black? Did you know that, sir?
The definition of black is defined as different things in different contexts.
No,
But
I'm using the
what is the definition of black?
Sir, I'm using the race category that you just spoke about.
Mm-hmm.
You saying that's what you're using the term black as a race. That's what you said, right, sir?
I mean, yes, that's the way America has worked. That's the way America works, and the world really.
Okay, so I'm saying, are you coming from the United States Census with the term black?
Yeah.
That's a race. That's a race classification, correct?
Okay. Yes. For a second, argument.
Okay, so if you're using the United States Census under the term black, so do you know how they use it on the United States Census, sir?
No, I don't. Can you tell me?
Yes, I will, sir. Black in United States Census is considered to be from anywhere in Africa. It's associated with the same thing as African American, African American, and black. African American / black is from anywhere in Africa. So if you're using black as a race classification, then you're telling me you're saying you're from anywhere in Africa.
Mm.
So let's go back to the term foundation. How is he using foundational or foundation?
Foundation means the foundation, the origin, the genesis, the thing that brought up. We know what foundation means.
Yes, sir. Okay, if you're from anywhere in Africa, sir, how do you consider yourself to be foundational? If you say you're foundational, sir, then you would say you can be like the tree that's planted here in America. So, sir, did you guys come here by boat?
There were some black slaves who came by boat, and there were some black people who were here prior to that. And then, you know,
sir.
so
But
it's an ethnogenesis.
yes, sir.
Yeah.
So the slaves came by boat. That's your lineage. That's your people, correct?
That's my lineage. My lineage is America, because there were already black slaves here prior to any ships of enslaved Africans coming here. There were already slaves
yes, sir.
here,
But yes, sir. Let's go back to
but okay, for
definition,
brother, for the sake of time, brother.
Yes, sir.
What should we,
can I get one more point in?
No,
Can I get 20 more seconds?
I just want to ask you
sir?
a question, though. I just want to ask you a question. If black means Africa, which that's what you're saying, black means Africa.
I'm not saying that, sir. That's the United States Census, sir.
But the United States Census does not. Okay, all right. Let's say black said. Let's say that. What should we do then? Now, what should we do? Since Foundation Black American is an oxymoron.
Are you asking me what you should do, sir?
Yes, yeah. Because you're saying that black means that you're a descendant of Africa, so you can't be foundational if you're from Africa. Okay, so that's the point you made. So now you made that point, and you have an issue with Foundational Black American. So now where do we go from there?
No, sir. I have no issue with Foundational Black Americans.
No, the term.
Foundational
You're voicing
yes,
an
sir.
issue with the term. So since the term is flawed, where should we go from there?
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. So your question to me is where you should go?
Where should the community go? Because if the term is flawed, and we need to stop saying Foundational Black American, what should we start saying? What should we start referring to ourselves
Hey,
as?
you got to get with your boy Jason Black and Tariq Nasheed, though. That one.
No,
I
no,
can't
no,
call
no,
it.
no, no. You're the one who came in and said that we can't use black. So what should we use?
Well, sir, if you came by ship,
What do you refer to
100
yourself
Africans.
as? What do you refer to yourself as?
Well, sir, I'm an American, sir. I'm a real American.
Are your parents a descendant of American chattel slavery?
My ancestors was butt kickers, sir. They didn't go into slavery because they kicked butt.
So you're just an American.
Yes,
so
sir.
You think that we
I'm
should
the
just
true
refer to
definition
ourselves
of an
as
American.
which is also a nationality?
Yes, sir.
A lot of other
I'm definitely the definition and the description of an American. And I wasn't on that ship that came down the Mississippi and landed in South Carolina. I'm not with that group, sir.
What group are you with?
I'm with the American group.
Really?
Whoever that's a real American by definition and description.
Okay. Well, now that we know where
Yes,
to go,
sir.
thank you. Thank you. How about that? How about that? Thank you.
Okay. I would just like to say to you one more thing, sir, that Afro is a hairstyle. Afro is a hairstyle, sir.
Shout
Holla
out to
back.
Afros. Yep.
I killed you hoes. I told you I was gonna come and kill you.
You really felt like you did something?
Got him.
He's proud of himself, y'all. He's proud of himself.
Hell
Now
yeah.
I'm
still on
doing
there.
this because here's the thing. I'm gonna mute it for a second. Here's the thing. This dude is probably a damn tether, which is why he doesn't want us to refer to ourselves as foundational Black American. He's saying just call yourself an American. This dude is a damn tether. This dude is a damn tether, man. Come on now. Black in the U.S. census means that you're a descendant from Africa. No, it doesn't, because Elon Musk is from Africa, and they don't refer to Elon Musk as Black. Is Elon Musk Black? Nobody refers to Elon Musk as Black. When Trump bought over the South Africans who are from Africa, Elon Musk, none of them were referred to as Black. Okay, they don't do that. That's not what the U.S. Census does. It's a racial category. No, you can be a foundational Black American. We're not going to do that. He's trying to use a whole bunch of, sir, what does this mean? Sir, what does this mean? Black means this. Black means this. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. He feels good. He feels proud of himself. And he really made a fool of himself. They don't want us to refer to ourselves as foundational Black American. Because if we refer to ourselves as American, then we're just a nationality like anybody else. America got a whole bunch of non-FBA folks in here. How are we able to distinguish ourselves from other quote unquote Americans if we just say that? I don't suspect he's FBA. And then when I asked him where he's from, he was very vague about where he comes from. I'm from the people who call themselves American. Okay, all right.
He's a nut.
Prince, brother, how you doing? Caller from area code 267.
Afro.
That brother, how you doing?
This is Curtis in Philadelphia.
Oh, Curtis. Okay, not Curtis from Philly. Okay.
Yeah, Curtis from Philadelphia, brother. You know, how you been, man?
I'm good. I'm good. How you doing?
All right, man. That guy was a nut, man. I want him to ask white people, what does white mean? That's what I want him to do. Coming on, hey, man. This guy, man, you a nut, man. This guy's a nutcase, man. Gonna come on and ask what does black mean. I want him to ask what does white mean. See, they don't do that, man. And yeah, another thing, you know, Afro, what's cool? You know, Afro, right? Your hairstyle.
Mm-hmm.
See, during my time, I'm 65. My birthday was about 2 weeks ago, August 4th. But make a long story short, we didn't call it Afros. You know what we called it Bush. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Before Afros came out, we back in the late 60s, early 70s, we called it Bush. And most Africans that came from Africa never called themselves black. Because I had Jamaicans fun, like Jamaican Cole, Jamaican Randy, right? We said, man, you black, man. He said, no, man. This is like early 70s. He said, no, man. I'm Jamaican. See, back in my time, when Africans came from like in the early 70s and early 80s and stuff like that, you couldn't call them black. They would check you quick and say, no, I'm from Africa. I'm from Nigeria. I'm from Ghana. You understand? So don't let that nut. He's a nutcase, man.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? And before Afros were even called, it was called Bush. If you look at a bush, what does it look like? Like your bush, like your hair. See, you understand? See, that's what we called it. We called it Bush. So Jackson time, because I had a too. You understand? And man, keep up the good work, brother, man. I'm telling you, is doing an outstanding job, man, for real, man. And that guy, he's a nutcase, man. Okay, we know we're not lost, we're not confused. Mm-hmm. We know our people come from the United States here, man. Our people bled and died for here. We didn't run here like a little tether try to come on here, program and stuff like that. But so, man, like I said, man, good work. Okay, Afro Lee, God bless you, brother. And I told you my age and older, man. So that word is getting out, man. So, okay, brother. So you have a good day, okay, man? You too, brother. Appreciate you. Okay. God bless you, brother. Okay. Keep up the good work, man. Thank you. Okay. All right. Yeah, that dude, I mean, he came up here. He really, he thought he was going to do something and slip somebody up. I'm just asking questions. Okay, what should we refer to ourselves as? Not black, because black means from Africa. And how can you be foundational? Just refer to yourself as American. Ha ha! Okay. You want a cookie? Okay, cool. All right. Just refer to yourself as American. I hear myself on the speaker. Caller from area code 845. You're on live. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, hello.
How you doing? I hear myself on the background, on the speaker on the background.
All right, let me turn that off. Okay, can you hear me now, Elite?
Yeah, I can hear you. I just need to stop hearing myself. So.
Okay, understood. Let's get down to business.
What's your name?
FBA up and down. Father was born in Georgia. Mother was born in Lillington, North Carolina. On my grandmother's side, her maiden name was Ashley. My great-great-grandfather was a slave owner. I got blue eyes, no hair on my skin. My hair on my head is soft. I don't look nothing like no African. I saw a video today where they call the Africans Hamites and they called us Shemites, meaning that we came from the Jews, that we are the original Jews. Now, that's neither here nor there. I can't even get that far into it. I listen to you daily. But there's one thing I would really love to see, if possible, because this thing is all about unity. It's a family affair. I texted in your columns a couple of times, and I gave a shout out to Queen Janisi. She's like you. She's on the same page. She be bringing receipts. And what a lot of people in the FBA lineage are not looking at, this is a serious matter, okay? We supposed to be about that paper. We supposed to be about the injustices, true, but we supposed to be about that paper, what they took from us, okay? The harm that our people, our ancestors went through, and the harm that was done to us. This is something that nobody has ever thought about. And I told this to an Arab guy driving a cab, okay? I said, you know something? I said, when a lot of the fellas went across seas to a war, to fight a war, and saw things they never saw before, when they came back, they had centers to analyze these people's thinking, to make sure they were safe to go back into society. But we, as FBAs, ain't nobody ever put a center there for us to deal with our dysfunction. When I say dysfunction, I'm talking about a black man can go from 0 to 60 in 2.5 seconds to the point where all he sees is red and he ready to unalive somebody. And here's the thing, the situation may not even cause for that degree of anger. But see, this is something that I've not only seen with my own eyes, but also heard, okay? We have a lot of anger towards, I would like to say, what was done to us. But if you look at a pregnant woman and she gets hit or
we got a
abused while
couple
she's
more callers,
pregnant.
though, so I
Okay.
yeah, I'm gonna.
Hey, you know what? I done took up enough of your time. But like I said, my main thing is if you and a couple of Chase the God, Queen Janice, all get together, man, and bring this thing to a whole, we got something. You stay blessed. Keep doing what you do. I'm out. One.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Whew. Caller from area code 718. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from? Caller from area code 718. You're on live. Where are you calling from? Are you with us? Going once, going twice. Well, caller from area code 646. You're on live. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Hi, this is Andrea, and I'm calling from Phoenix.
How you doing, sister? What's on your mind?
I'm doing great. Love your channel, and I just wanted to comment that I watched that Amanda debate as well, and I thought it was nothing but immigrants. If you're half and half, I just don't see how you should be commenting on Black business when you have allegiance or you were raised by other people from other cultures.
That's a good point. You know, there does need to be a sense of structure and order there. They wouldn't allow, if we went to Grenada, they wouldn't allow
Absolutely.
somebody who's half Grenadian and half FBA to be the spokesman. I'm not saying that you can't be a supporter, or I'm not saying that you can't be a rider or anything like that, but let's tell the truth. Let's call a spade a spade. If we went to Grenada and if you had a half FB, he's half FBA, she's half FBA, and then half Grenadian, they couldn't go over there and then be a spokesperson. Now, I'm not saying you couldn't be helpful, but be a spokesperson, they wouldn't allow that. They wouldn't allow that.
Absolutely not.
Because they wouldn't even trust that.
The fact that you've shown that she's gone back and forth. They treat our lineage like a hat that they can throw on whenever it benefits them. Like I was reading one of the comments and they were saying that these foreigners come over and they claim Black whenever it's financially beneficial, and it's so true. She knows that the grift of being a Democrat is over, so now she's trying the FBA bandwagon and hijack the conversation, and they need to call her out.
Yeah.
But I'll land my plane. I just wanted to make that little comment.
Well, I appreciate you. Thank you. When it was unpopular,
no problem.
You know what I'm saying? They were criticizing, wagging their finger, reprimanding us. Now that we've, created a thing where we've grown in number and respect and all of that, now people want to start echoing the talking points that they were criticizing some years ago. So yeah, we can't allow y'all to sit up there and jump ship. Shout out to her for that. And let's tell the truth. And this ain't to hate on the riders. This ain't to hate on y'all. But there's an order in which we got to do things. Let's be honest. If we're going to get the job done, which is what I'm concerned with, which is what we all should be concerned with, if we want to get the job done, we got to get the job done right. There has to be an order to it. All right. You couldn't have, even if you were half FBA and half Grenadian, to go to Grenada and say, well, now I'm going to be the spokesperson and representative. At best, you might be able to, if you got a real, if you like born there and your allegiance is there or whatever, but they're always going to side eye you because they understand you have a potential to switch your allegiance. Okay. And everybody else understands that. that there is a potential that your allegiance to this lineage, this country, this nation might flip, and you might have the allegiance, your allegiance be for your other side of the family be your priority. So because of that, they're always going to keep you relegated to a certain position. All right. So they always know that. So it you know, it's got to be done. It's got to be done. All right. Caller from area code 773. What's on your mind? Where you calling from?
Chicago.
Okay, there we go.
Yes, Renato Bolden calling from Chicago. Keep it short.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna keep it short. About the man that called a teller. He called acting like he was so smarter than you. He was very arrogant. Man, he made me mad, so I had to call in to support you. He came with nonsense. And I'm just saying, I'm supporting you. My mother from Jackson, Mississippi, so I'm all FBA all the way. And I'm just saying, and I land with that.
I appreciate that. Appreciate you, brother. There was a little call in the background, so we're gonna have to let you go. But thank you very much. That's my Chicago brother over there. Appreciate that. But if you guys call in, you guys can hear on the phone, so you don't have to have me on your TV or laptop or the device, because we can hear that background noise. You might think it's low, but we can hear that. All right. But yeah, he didn't know what he was saying. It took him forever to get to the point. I had to damn near just give up for him to finally be able to have the opportunity to get to a point. Did you see that? I literally had to like, okay, fine. Let's go with your definition. I couldn't even argue the definition because he was taking so long, you know. Come on now. Caller from area code 21210. You're on live. What's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Lorenzo. I'm calling from San Antonio, Texas.
Okay, what's on your mind, brother?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I had to call in too, man. That dude was on some substances. I mean, like, the thing is that I don't get, because I suspect he's a tether too, or just some fool, but I don't understand why these folks say stuff like, "Oh, I'm from those people who fought." I'm like, who? You go over there or research Africa, and which one of those countries are actually truly self-governing? If they're self-governing, they're still ruled or dominated by some outside group that's normally a white group, but now it's going to be Asians as well, or those Middle Easterners. I'm like, I've watched documentaries, and a lot of those people just gave up. They didn't even fight because they were like, we can't win. So when they start talking this crap about, oh, my family didn't get off those boats, I'm like, you got conquered in your own land. You didn't even have a chance to get on a boat. You got on a boat or a plane and fled over here. Like there were groups that fought, and I'm not an expert on it, but there were groups that fought, but most of these people running their mouths are probably not even from those groups. Unfortunately for us, Black people are oppressed worldwide. And growing up, I never looked into it enough. I think something was broken in our people, and we started to forget who we were, and we weren't taught. It wasn't passed down on generation to generation. And then that allowed all this foolishness of advocating for these folks to come over here. And then when they get over here, they turn against us, and I'm glad that guys like you are around, because like even when I was in the military, I couldn't understand the behavior of some people because I'm from South Carolina, and I didn't grow up, to my knowledge, around a lot of people that were from different countries, but I mean, the stuff they say is foolish, man. Our people are no weaker than anyone else. We were born into this position. If those folks were so powerful, then why were they conquered? You know, they were selling people into slavery. It came back to bite them in the butt. You know, they were they were conquered by the same people they were selling other black people to. They've done a lot to lower the position of black people on this planet, you know, because of what the things they did. They weren't taking hostages, trying to find out about new technologies and all this history I got to look into, that they were going out into the world. So they didn't keep up, and they got taken advantage of, and they're subservient, you know, and us in our, you know, kind of foolhardiness, you know, we didn't think about all this stuff, or our forefathers. And I don't even know if it was the majority of Black Americans that were advocating for the immigration. But I mean, these people are bringing that same mind state that got Black people lowered to the bottom of the world. They've been bringing it over here for decades. And the majority of us that didn't grow up in the cities are probably just now catching on to it. And it's only really because of you guys, you know. I mean, I just had to call in because I'm like, that guy, if he wasn't a tether, he was a fool. But he's probably a tether, you know, because when I was in the Army, I used to see all those Spanish sounding names and things, but I wouldn't pay that much attention. I knew they were, you know, I was like a lot of folk from New York, and I didn't even realize how many Caribbeans and Latin people were in New York, really like that. I thought it was still like some sort of minority. And turns out they're everywhere, you know, and it's just like, man, it's a mess. I'm just hoping, you know, our ethnicity can survive it, you know. But I just had to call in and rant a little bit, and love your channel, man. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Yep, that's real talk. Real talk. We just from a different cloth. A lot. It's a different cloth, and we got to understand that. We got to come to the realization of that. We do. We have to come to the realization of that. Now, whether he was here because he wanted some attention, because he was like, haha, I got him. I don't know if he's thinking he gonna get some type of clout off this or something. I don't know what he thought he was gonna do or what he thought he accomplished, but we come from a different cloth, man. That's just the truth. That's just the truth. Okay, let's get to caller from area code 904. You're on live. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, Afro. This is Andrea Jones, and I'm calling from Jacksonville, Florida. And I was listening to the broadcast, and my granddaughter was listening too. And I just wanted to say I appreciate your platform. I found you about 2 months ago, and I was just talking to my granddaughter about the significance of using the term foundational Black Americans. And I appreciate that caller with his nonsense, you know, because I was just speaking to my granddaughter, and he's a fool, and he had to be a tether. And I teach my grandchildren about, the history of us being foundational Black Americans and just not calling ourselves Black Americans. Because when you do that, everybody could tether on to us and use us.
Mm-hmm.
And, we have to teach our children. And when I listen to your broadcast, I listen to Jason Black, I listen to Black Alpha and other platforms, because at this time, what these people are doing is very dangerous. They're very dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
And, we have to teach our children, we have to. So I get my grandchildren, to listen, because it's at this point, what these people are trying to do is, tether on to us. And, they're trying to steal our identity. and they're trying to confuse, us and our children. And I just want to say that, and I appreciate everything that you are doing and the other platforms are doing. And that's just what I want to say. I'm sick. I turned 66 on August the 17th. And, I just have to, listen to platforms like this. I have to educate my grandchildren. I have to at this point, because, I am, when I found these platforms, because I just started, listening to these platforms about 3 years ago, and my mindset has changed completely. And I see what they're doing, and I see the damage that they're causing to our community. Just like, I'm watching, the legal things that's going on. They're up in Congress and everything, tethers. And what they're doing is no good for our people. They're not stopping for our community, but they're stopping for all the illegals that's in this country. They're stopping for, people outside of this country, for people, in other countries, they're not doing anything for us. That's why I don't subscribe to either party, If they have nothing for us, I will sit on my couch. I will be comfortable. Why should I vote for any party that has nothing for us? And that's all I have to say.
Well, thank you very much.
And like I said, I appreciate you.
Well,
and that's why when I listen, when I can donate, I do it. And I just want to say thank you.
Well, thank you.
And like I said, we need to educate our children and our babies also, so they won't be caught in this trap that's going on. And thank you. And I thank you again.
Yes.
And I'll always be listening, and I will be teaching my grands.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you. And happy belated birthday too.
Thank you so much. And again, I love y'all, and I love the family. Salute.
Salute, sister. You have a good rest of your evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, bye. It's just heartwarming, isn't it? Just so heartwarming, don't you think? All right, let's continue. We have caller from area code 646. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from? Caller from area code 646. All right. Okay. Well, move on. Caller from area code 706. You're on live. What's your name and where you calling from?
Hey, my name is Kevin. I'm calling from Georgia.
All right. What's on your mind, brother?
Yeah, I listen to you all the time, and I guess give the same sentiments as the previous callers. We appreciate, man, what you do and representing us so well. And when I heard that caller tether, if you will, I was laying in the bed literally with the lights off and everything. I just had the TV on, but I had to get up when I heard that. First of all, I think that particular caller, he's very surface level. We are you are well within your rights to use the word black. Black is not just simply a color or just talking about somebody from Africa. It's from African descent. It's from, and even using the word Afro. It's not just a hairstyle. If you use it in prefix form, you have Afro-Asiatic, you have Afro-Latino, you have Afro, he kept that very, very surface level and tried to sound smart, and it just sounded so dumb. And the part that really gets me about these people is just the mere fact that we used to stump for these people. I don't do it anymore, but if I was to show you, I could take a picture of all of these Afrocentric necklaces and different things that I've bought over the years. I used to wear the dashikis back in the day. We were always stumping for these people. And just to see them have this like continuous, perpetual hatred for I'm a believer as far as Christianity, and I really believe in the verse that jealousy is cruel as the grave. And I believe that these people are really on that level when it comes to us. I mean, you wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for us. So to even try to come at us like that, and you've done nothing. Our whole existence in this nation has been fighting for ourselves and others. And the fact that you're again even allowed to be here and to have that kind of vitriol, this thing is deeper than I think that we even really knew. I've known a little bit about this over the years, but to the extent that I'm seeing now, you all woke me up to this as well. And which is why I stopped wearing all these different things and representing them. I think that we're in a crucial time now where foundational Black Americans are going to have to not just delineate, but I mean, we're going to have to almost be like how white Americans were with us. Like we're going to have to completely separate from these people, get ourselves, as we call ourselves, build our foundation up strong, and really, really, really regulate these people and vet these people, because they have a perpetual hatred. And like the last caller said, I mean, it's dangerous at this point. It's dangerous at this point. But I literally, that just disturbed me, not even so much of what he was saying, but it was like the spirit behind it. You know, we're here for solutions. We're trying to be better. This is not a competition. This is not I got you. We're trying to be better people. We're trying to make our lives better. We don't have time for this. But I land my plane there. But I had to come in and say my piece on that. And again, we appreciate you. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep representing us well. And I land my plane there.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that, brother. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you have a good one. Thank you for that. All right. And you know what? That is something too. They trying to. I mean, we're gonna have to be honest. The same thing we was talking about with Amanda, the same thing with Wes Moore, the same thing with Candace Owens. All of this stuff. We got to talk about the anti-black vitriol. We got to deal with it when it comes to Obama, because Obama's not even half FBA. He's half Kenyan. Okay. The amount of anti-FBA vitriol when it comes to Kamala, the amount of anti-vitriol when it comes to from a lot of these immigrants. A lot of these people got emotional issues. They're jealous. They're insecure. And we just haven't realized that because we have not seen them as rivals. We ain't seen nobody in the world really as rivals. And they are coming here with some type of axe to grind with us, some type of vitriol where they feel like this is some competition, where they're constantly in this survival mode, where they feel like they gotta one up us all of the time. And we just been doing what we've been doing, not even recognizing that. And now we're starting to recognize the fact that, hey, y'all coming in, y'all gotta y'all need therapy. Y'all, and it's not our responsibility to give it to you either, but y'all got a lot of emotional, psychological issues and demons that y'all have been fighting and that y'all are bringing here. And now we starting to understand, okay, that's the reason why we ain't got what we supposed to get, is because y'all over here. So now we gotta redo the whole thing now. We gotta redo it. Okay. We gotta redo it. We can't keep up with what we was doing before. We can't do that. Caller from area code 646. 646 is not with us this evening, and that's all right. Now we have another caller from area code 646. You're online.
Hey, it's Andrea from Phoenix again.
Hey, how you doing, sister?
Hey, so I wanted to comment more detailed on when these tethers and these foreigners, right, who do nothing but talk about us, keep using this mantra that we came from Africa, right? As a foundational American, right? I'm from America. And I wish that we all can do our little genealogy and talk to our grandmothers if some of us are still here. And like the grandmother that was just on, which was so beautiful to hear her speak. But we are not from Africa, okay? And we were not slaves. We were prisoners of war when they stole our land, okay? They put us in camps and things like that. And then the trails appears, right? So I just want them to make sure you correct them when they try to tell you your people came from Africa back in the day. No, they did not. They did not. There's so much history that proves Black Indians, 1823, the definition for the word American literally meant copper-colored people from North America. Okay? And they just keep hijacking and changing these definitions. Even Black. Black is for us. Black is not the world. Nobody in Africa calls themselves Black. They go by their nationality. They're not Black until they come here because, we're the chosen one. So it's like meeting Michael Jackson. So everybody wants to be Black when they get here, and they're not.
All right. I mean, look, these people are understanding that everything that has been going on is about to change. Right now, change is difficult, but change is necessary. Right now, everything that we've been teaching our children, like the elder that called in, everything, we got to reteach everything. Right now, it's a cleansing of what we've been taught. And now it's an update of what the situation is right now. It's an update of what the situation is. And they don't want that because they understand that change for us also means change for them. Because if we view ourselves differently, then we're going to view how we treat everybody else differently. Okay. And now everybody else is starting to face the music. Earlier this year, you had the situation with ICE and the Hispanics were all like Black and brown. And we all like, hey, they ain't got nothing to do with us. Now, I remember when Donald Trump first became president and he had the immigrants, the illegals in the ICE detention centers. You had a whole bunch of us being like, that's not cool. You couldn't do that. You can do Black and brown, all that stuff. Not too many, but you had some. But now you've seen a revolution. Now you've seen a renaissance of our culture now. So now we all like, hey, that's your problem. Because when you change the way you view yourself, now you change the way you view your relationship with everybody. And if you change the way you view your relationship with everybody, now you're not going to tolerate certain things that you were tolerating before. You know what I'm saying? So they want us to go back to having that implanted indoctrination that we used to have. It's just not going to happen. The cat's out the bag now. You can't unlearn the truth. The thing, and that's the thing about the truth that's just so beautiful. You can hide the truth for however long you want to hide it for. Some people may never get the truth, but once you know the truth, you can't erase it. You can't hide it. It's known at that point. You can't unlearn what the truth is. So it is what it is. And thank you, sister. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. I'll land my plane.
All right. You have a good one.
You too.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Let's get to not area code 971. Caller from area code 971. Half of these callers, I don't know. I hope y'all not trying to prank somebody. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, no.
Oh, whoa, damn. Ah, man. Call back. I just hung up. Well, it is what it is. All right. Caller from area code 347. I pressed the button and then she started speaking. Well, you got to call back. 37347. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello, Afro Lee and family. This is Nikki P. I'm in the DMV area right now, but I am from New York. My family is by way of Florida, South Carolina, and also New York. So I just wanted to tag on to what the grandmother was saying when she spoke on these tethers being in these political positions. And I think, you know, exactly what she said. It's dangerous. It really is. And I pray that our people start to open our eyes and start doing research into where these black-faced infiltrators are actually from before we just cast a vote. We can't just vote for the color of skin. We have to vote for policy. We have to vote for things that will put our community in a better position. And another thing, you know, I wish we would just stop saying, you know, a lot of people, every time, you know, black comes out their mouth, they have to add the brown to it. I mean, you hear no other community saying Hispanic, Spanish, Latino, and black, Asian, and black. You know, no one speaks like that but our community. So it's nothing wrong with us centering ourselves and focusing on our own community, and we don't have to feel bad about that. So, you know, I appreciate you. I appreciate all the other Black news providers that are online putting information out to the masses, because we're not going to get it on mainstream whatsoever. So again, we appreciate you. We appreciate your effort, all the time you put into it. And yes, anytime that I see you up, I do my best to contribute and support you supporting us. And I'll land my plane there, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you. That's very true. All of that, you know, you can't do anything specifically for black people. And there was a thing where, especially when we talk about politics, everybody felt like black was like a taboo thing to say. Like, you can't say black unless you add like some type of watering down, unless you add black and brown, black and minority, black and this, black. People felt like you got to water it down, otherwise you seem like a radical. No, we're not going to do that no more. We're not watering it down. We're talking about our lineage, the stuff that happened to us that don't happen to nobody else. But when we say black and brown, they're the ones who get the check. They reach past us and give the Hispanics. No, we ain't doing that no more. Let's see if we got this right now. Caller from area code 971.
Hi, it's me.
How you
I
doing?
apologize. This is Cynthia Pompey. And my ma was born in Indian Territory, Texas, 1924. And my father was raised in an orphanage, and he's from Trinidad, Tobago, but he lived here in Philadelphia all his life. And then on my mom's side, my grandmother is Isiola Polk from 1884, North Carolina, and her great-grandfather is President James Polk.
Oh, okay.
So what I would like to say is, you know, when my mom and all of them came over from North Carolina, Mississippi, as my grandpa, to Texas, they basically received $300 a month welfare allotment. And she was always denied being an Indian, and she raised us always, we're Indians. That's what she has always said. I do demand that we receive reparations and allotments from everyone from 1900 census, from Virginia to Texas. And I do want to say I'm proud of you. And I've been up here in Oregon really working with the government to get them to make some changes so that we will receive reparations. I'm documented as American Indian Indigenous up here. And I do recognize that the young people have decided to call themselves FBA, and I am so proud of you. And I know we are the freedmen, so I'm doing all I can to make a difference. I'm leaving in about 2 weeks from Oregon, and I'm headed to Texas, and I'm going to be down there also pushing for reparations and allotments for the freedmen / FBA, everyone that's a descendant of 1900 census. I'm doing all I can so that you get paid.
What census? I didn't hear you.
We're using the 1900 census and prior because I have a copy of the 1900 census and I also have a copy of the 1920 census. And somebody did it. I don't know who did it, but somebody changed the census of 1920, and they removed all of my my grandmother, Isidora Polk, 1884, North Carolina. They removed that. They removed my grandpa, Mississippi Kelly, 1889, and they put everybody is Texas, and they can't do that. So somebody changed the census of 1900. But I also have the census of they changed the census of 1920, but I also have the census of 1900, and that's why we want to use that census and prior. And my sister has a copy of all the census. She's also she's my older sister, and she's been helping me. And we really been fighting to try to get us paid reparations. I mean, I'm doing all I can up here in Oregon. So
yeah,
now
I know
the next
Oregon
thing, in 2 weeks, I'm moving to Texas, and I'm headed to Texas to do a lot.
Yeah. It's not a lot of black people.
We have a lot of like hippies up here, and the hippies are very supportive.
Mm-hmm.
So my next step is to go to Texas and try to make a difference down there.
Okay. I got a couple questions.
And I'm proud of you.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate it. I got a couple questions. You said your mother's side was is Indian, right?
My mom, yeah.
Okay.
Well,
And
my dad said he's West Indian, but my mom, my dad was raised in an orphanage, so.
Okay. Who's your dad? Oh, he was raised in an orphanage, you said. Okay.
My dad's famous. It's Yolando Pompey, the boxer from Trinidad, Tobago. He fought Archie Moore, Madison Square Garden, and he also fought here in Portland, Oregon at the Coliseum. He lived in the States all his life. He only went to visit Trinidad, Tobago.
Okay.
He actually never lived there. He's military.
So your mother's side, that's what they received welfare, you said?
My mom did, yeah. Welfare allotment of $300 a month.
Okay. So is that a part of? So is that separate? Hold on. I'm asking. Is that separate from like the Indian reservations and stuff like? Are you referring to that, or are you referring to just government assistance?
It's just government assistance.
Okay, just government assistance.
Everybody gets it. You know, you get the welfare, you get the medical, you get the dental, you get the food. It was food stamps back then. Now it's called food stamp Visa card.
Okay then.
Yeah. And she
to
get into the Indian Nation, Cherokee Indian Nation. They turned her down, and I got documented proof and everything. But I had to pay a lady like almost $300 to get everything off of a microfiche.
Mm-hmm.
My grandpa from Mississippi, Kelly. I have his military card. I have everything documented.
Okay. A lot of people doing that. A lot of people suing for re-entry into those tribes after they purged everybody who's not white, so a lot of these tribes have been doing that. Another thing, let me just say this though, as far as the census, we're going to have to go back farther than even the early 1900s, because like around 1920 and all of that stuff, if we just use the census from 1920, you have a lot of people who are not of our lineage who would be on the census as well too. So that kind of if we don't go back far enough, then that kind of opens the door. It cracks the door open, for other people to be all
prior
right.
To the 1900s?
My great grandfather was here during that time, even though he's from Haiti, but technically I'm you know what I'm saying. So we got to go back farther,
You saying go back further than the 1900s?
Yeah, some people in the chat room, and I'm gonna have to. They're saying about the 1970s, 1965, because that's when the census were made for specific freedmen. Because we want to keep it to where the census were about freedmen. Negro meant freedmen. You know what I'm saying? After that, then you had a whole bunch of people coming over here, and they were also classified as Negro. The further back we go, the better it is. The further back we go, the better.
My actual grandpa Kelly, and his wife is actually on the 1900 census.
Your grandpa on your mother's side
My grandfather, my actual grandfather on my mother's side, he was born 1889. Him and his wife, which was born 1884, they're actually owned the 1900 census. I have a copy.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, yeah, get
And that's
all of
my
the
grandparents.
documentation. Get all of the documentation you can, because that's all of that stuff is going to be very
Yeah, I have
important.
everything. I have military records, I have everything. Because I paid a lady, she got it off of microfiche. That's how I
Okay.
got it. My mom had a 3rd grade education at a church school in Texas. She could
Okay,
barely
but yeah,
read and
we got to
write.
get to
But
some of
she
the other
could read
callers,
and write.
and
She
I
just had
appreciate
3rd
that. But
grade.
just make sure you get all of the documentation. We got to go back far
I
because
do.
we can't have the door be open for other immigrants
That's
to
true.
come in. All right.
That's true.
Okay.
Okay, proud
You
of
have a good
you.
one.
Thank you.
Oh, thank
Okay,
you.
bye.
All right. All right. Bye. Okay. Yeah, we gotta make sure we don't leave no cracked doors open for nobody to come in there. We can't do that. Can't do that. Because next thing you know, we have a bunch of Caribbeans who would be all like, "Well, if it's 1900s, oh, that includes me." Then that's gonna mess up the whole plot for everything. So yeah, we can't do that. We can't do that. We cannot do that. Caller from area code, and I appreciate y'all patience, callers. Caller from area code 404. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from? Looks like every other call we do this. Come on now. Caller from area code 404. All right. Okay. Yeah, I didn't want to do too much, you know what I'm saying? But with that, but I'm like, okay. There was a couple of things, but I just don't want to because there's a lot of callers on the thing. Caller from area code 815. You're on live. What is your name and where are you calling from?
Marcus coming from Chicago. How you doing,
Marcus, brother? What's on your mind?
First off, I just want to say thank you for all the hard work you do. I know you guys, sometimes you do 2 different lives. You know, sometimes I listen to you guys on For the Culture.
Mm-hmm.
But there was something in particular that I saw that there was going on the culture. I noticed that there started to be a lot of younger so-called tethers that seem to be coming up on the live, and some of them a lot of young women. Have you started noticing that?
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of it, yeah.
So one of my aunt had called me because she had heard it herself, and she said that sounded like somehow Jasmine Crockett was acting. Had you noticed that?
You said Jasmine Crockett was what? I didn't hear you.
Now, how some of these young ladies were acting, their vernacular, how they were acting, they was kind of acting like how Jasmine Crockett was acting. Did you know?
Yeah.
Have you noticed that?
Yeah, it's kind of stereotypical. It's like a character.
Right, there you go.
Uh-huh.
Right. That's what when I talked to my aunt today, that's exactly what she said, that they were acting like her.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what's going on with that. So maybe you can break that down.
Well, yeah. First off, a lot of it is because this is right now what we're going through is like a battle of the narrative. So what they would do a lot of times they send, because when you're on the thing that you can see how many people send your live to other people. So a lot of people send the live to other people. I don't know who they're sending it to or who's sending it, but I can see how many shares it got. So they share it, and they like to have a lot of young tethers and particular females, because when they come up and you snap off on them, it makes you look like the bad guy. All right.
Right.
If I, as a grown man, snap off on some 19, 20-year-old girl, you know what I'm saying? It makes me look like the bad guy. It makes me look hateful. It makes me look bad, because what they come in and they play dumb. It's like they have a script. This is how I know this, because they pretty much all have the same talking points. where they all come in like,
Yeah.
I just want us to get along and I just want us to stop this division. And I mean, we respect you guys, and sometimes we do too much, and they come in with that. And what they don't expect for me to do is they don't respect my response, because my response, I don't have an aggressive response, which is what they're
Exactly.
expecting, because they want to take that clip and be all like, you see how patient this young little precious girl is, and then Afro Elite just cussed her out for no reason. No, I said, okay, well, if you want to talk about unity, okay, well, this gotta happen, then this gotta happen, then this gotta happen, then this gotta happen. I do that, and then the real them comes out. You notice that?
Yes.
And
Yep.
then they start,
You're
and then they
exactly
get
right.
into the real them, and then they start letting us know what they really feel. A lot of that, too, when you talk about the Jasmine Crockett people, they do that. That's them like cosplaying an FBA woman to seem more aggressive and real, or whatever the case is, that they feel like how FBA women act.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yep. Yep.
So
Yep.
a lot of them, they'll come out, they'll start cursing and all of this stuff. They'll do that because they want to have this like real grassroots. They want to act tough. That's a lot of them want to be tough. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they think being tough is like, because they be watching the Real Housewives and stuff like that. And that's what they think being tough like that. So it's a mixture of a lot of different things.
Yeah. Right. Right. Well, that's it. That's it. I'm gonna land my plane. Well, thank you, brother, and I'm gonna keep listening. I don't get to listen to it live because I'm usually sleep. I'm a truck driver, so I'm always listening to the replay on YouTube. But keep up the good work, and I'll land my plane.
Appreciate that. Appreciate
Good
you, brother.
luck.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah. Caller from area code, and I appreciate y'all patience. Caller from area code 336. You're on live. What's your name and where you calling from?
Hey, what's up? I'm the last African calling from Trinity, North Carolina.
What's on your mind?
I got a couple of questions for you, because I'm a little confused by this FBA thing and the reparations debate of it all. What does reparations look like to you all?
Well, when you say to you all, you mean to FBA?
Yes.
Well, the thing is that FBA is a lineage, so you might have other people who might be you might have people who might view reparations as something different. The way I see reparations, and the way a lot of people see reparations in the grassroots, is reparations needs to be a pretty much of a package of policies and reparative initiatives from the government. Okay, the core of that needs to be cash payments to qualified descendants. All right, and then there needs to be other legislation in things as far as land returning and other policies as far as community rebuilding and stuff like that, the same way they've done for other nations that they've harmed. After World War II, they had I keep forgetting the name of the martial law and things like that they've done with other communities that's been harmed after a war-torn community. All right. So as far as that is concerned, that's what we're talking about. The government doing the same reparative justice, okay, and making up for the damage, okay. First off, okay, number one, first and foremost, is through cash payments, the same way they did with the Japanese. All right. So yeah, that's how I would define it.
Well,
to be short,
okay,
it's a long thing, but to be abridged with the answer.
Understood. But I understand that you did say money, right? And you mentioned the Japanese. The Japanese, I want to say, first of all, they struck with blood. You understand? One admirable trait. That's something that America admires. And I would like to say, I don't know if I'm not saying I'm FBA.
Where are you from?
But I'm from Trinity, North Carolina, by way of Terrell, South Carolina.
By way of
my
what?
people come. They migrated. We all came here through Charleston. All of us. on this. I would say from this area, I've been having a little African beating on my chest since I was a little boy, just dying to get out. I always knew I was African. Didn't nobody no genealogy test. Ain't nobody sure not no white scientists or genealogists.
All right. I'm not gonna tell you what I don't tell people.
Well, I'm just saying. Okay, and far as right. But far as because when y'all speak to that lineage and all of that, I say to that, why make enemies when you can have allies, when you can have friends?
Okay.
Because in whatever fight you think you up against, you need all of them. But another what I did want to say about cut me off. It speaks the whole FBA nonsense. It's a circular argument that just speaks to cowardice. Because I say this, and this has always been my position when I hear the reparations debate, and I hear black people talking about voting and all these different things. It speaks to cowardice. Because when I think of reparations, I cannot put a dollar amount on the blood and the torment that our people endured at the hands of this monster. So anything short of America falling on its sword would not suit me. You understand? So when you think of reparations as money, I think your generation needs to back it up a little bit and look at your heart. And figure out who you are. Right? Because you're suffering from an identity crisis.
Brother, hold on. Okay. So as opposed to money, let's say reparations, we shouldn't do money. Let's say that. And I do have a response to that. But what do you want for reparations? You want America to fall? What does that mean?
Do you understand the term fall on your sword?
No, what does that I'm not no, I don't. What does that mean?
Okay, did you see the movie The Last Samurai, Tom Cruise?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, if you saw the end in the midst of that movie, the Japanese samurai, he offered the emperor, if he was disgraced or dishonored the emperor in his intention in any way, he offered to fall on his sword to show his allegiance or to show that.
How would America do that? How would America do that? How would America fall on its sword?
That's the question in it. But they will never. This is the understanding that black people need to have, or African people, black people in this country need to have, right? The understanding of that FBA, all of these different little factions, they speak to separation. You're saying that's the very thing that they rely on is separation. One thing that Malcolm spoke of is that Malcolm spoke that we need everybody.
But let's say we get
white people too,
brother. But let's say we get everybody. What do we get? What are we getting everybody to do? To destroy America? Is that what we're getting everybody to do?
No. There's no victory to be had here, right? But to have that mentality and to understand that there is no victory to be for our people.
At the end of the day, what's the goal? You're gathering everybody for what purpose? What goal? What is the goal, though? If it's not
to
for
move
reparations and everything, what is the ultimate goal?
Okay, just like you said, reparations. Okay, understand me. When what you speaking of is reparations to people, right? To a group of people. When you spoke of the Japanese internment camps, okay, when we say Japanese, we think of Japan, right? When we talk about Indians, right, in America, these were Native American people as they associate, but they associate them with America, with land. What I want black people to understand.
Okay, but for the sake of time, brother,
don't get reparations. Wait. Let me. Okay, people don't get reparations. Nations get reparations. That's how Israel was born. A nation of people were moved there. A nation was born.
Has the government?
Our people have to move.
Can I ask you a question? Has the United States government ever given a group of people money that's not been a nation? Have they ever given American citizens money?
America pays its bills.
American citizens.
Right? No. If you understand it. Okay, you just heard that woman, that Indian woman, saying something about still wanting to get their reparations. They still fighting to get it. You just heard her say that, didn't you?
Okay, brother, listen. Let's be honest.
You begrudge her not?
Brother, let me be honest with you. First off, you said that there could be no price that you can put on the head or the blood and the lives of the enslaved, and I would agree
torment.
With that.
We talking about even after slavery.
Brother, stop.
Even after slavery.
Brother, okay, that's enough. That's enough. Because you know what you can put a price on? You can actually put a price on the wealth that was generated through slavery. You can put a price on that. We can put a price on how much money the banks made off of slave labor. We can put a price on how much money the government made, Wall Street made, the insurance companies made, the hospitals made, the railroads made, the government. We can put a price on all of the money that was generated, the wealth that was generated. Now, are we going to put a price on the life? We probably will never. If you want to talk about the prices of the lives and all of that stuff, no, you can't put a price on that. We can put a price on all of the services and the goods that were picked for free and transported in the buildings that were made. We can put a price on a lot of stuff. And all of that stuff has been kept in the dominant society's hands. That's been kept, and they've frozen that within their own racial society, and they've kept black people away. There's been a glass ceiling where they've kept black people away from the wealth that our ancestors have generated. So yes, we are warranted money. We are warranted money from that because our ancestors' labor generated money for them. They're still wealthy based off of slavery. Chase Bank, Wells Fargo, a lot of these insurance companies, Wall Street, there's still people who are very wealthy based off of slavery today, based off of the money today. The money didn't disappear. So that money does not belong to them. All right. So that's number one. Number two, anytime we hear somebody be like, yeah, we should be doing reparations, and then we're like, you know what? Okay, fine, cool. What should we do? And then you say America should fall on its sword. I didn't even disagree. What does that mean? And then you can't even talk about what that means. And this is the thing that we're dealing with when it comes to Pan-Africanism. I say, okay, well, we're going to unify to do what? Where is the ultimate final destination? Where is the goal? It's like we're just going to unify. Is this like a fantasy where we're all going to just be happy together and we're going to come together and form like this Voltron once we all come together? Like, come on now. What is the plan? What is the goal that we're trying to accomplish? We need to have things that we can check off. You know, all of this, we got to come together just cause, like, okay, well, then what? Because I asked you what you wanted America to do, what you wanted America to be. You said it needs to fall on the sword. I'm like, okay, do you want us to destroy America? You said no. Okay, so now what are we doing? You know, it's just aimless. We're here and we're here and we're here. We don't have time for fantasies.
No. It's no fantasy. I mean, moving as a nation of people, our people have a lot of strength in this country. Right. Mm-hmm. I mean, that we don't know about. That we don't even, we don't know. We don't have it because we don't know it's there. Right. Mm-hmm. But I mean, I don't want to go too deep into it with you because I don't think you understand my point. But if we move, like, say, for instance, if 10,000 brothers, right, black men from America, went to assist Captain Troy in his efforts, right? But there's other African countries there who offer land to, but it's not like who if we are a nation of people, your son or our children can never be president leaders in this country. And the thing is, even if they were, they would be weapons against our people. The policies say so. The policy that keep them up keeps us down.
Which is why we got to.
So when you talk policies,
brother. Because we got to move on. We got to move on.
See, the thing is, no, we have to move on and get our own. It'll never.
Brother,
you're wasting time. Our people have been trying to break this down for years.
No, the thing is that
this is not a homeland. You think this is your homeland?
Yes, it is. Okay.
Okay.
You want us
Ahmaud
to get our own in a
Arbery,
land,
Freddie Gray,
Stop,
Eric Gardner.
brother. Okay, that's enough.
Oh
That's
man,
enough, brother.
Says
Because you want us to get our own in a land that we're not from. We're not from these other countries. We're not. We're not.
Can I say one thing,
brother?
Can I say one thing before I go?
What?
For you cut me off. I mean, for you to send me out of here, because I feel like you about to send me out of here, and I just want to talk to you. That's all.
What else do you have to say?
I just want to quote Adolf Hitler said, "There's no room on this planet for a race of cowards." I love you, but stay sharp.
And you think? Hold on, no, don't escape with that. Don't leave with that. Who's the race of cowards? Who's the group of who
black
are you
men,
calling a coward? Who are you referring to as a coward?
Us, black men, us.
Black men in America. Cowards.
Black men in America. Yes.
Are you calling me a coward? Is that what you're doing?
No, well, okay, that's what I mean. At this point, we're either cowards or we're ignorant, right? Either way,
we're cowards or we're ignorant. You're talking about when I specifically asked you what the plan should be, you could not articulate where we should go. You're just talking.
I just said the Burkina Faso would be a good start.
No, that's enough.
Africa's okay. Okay, well, can I say this right here? Something you said.
Stop it.
You asked a question.
No, I'm not done.
You asked a question, brother.
No, I'm not done.
Okay.
When I asked you where we should go or what we should do, I didn't even argue that. You don't know what we should do or where we should go. You don't know what to do. Okay, you want to believe in this damn fantasy and you want everybody else to believe in this fantasy with you. And no, we're really trying to get things done. You talk about we should go over there and help Ibrahim in Africa. Guess who also is in Africa? A bunch of other Africans are in Africa. They can help him out there. You got 54 nations.
We would be the example. They follow us.
Over a billion people in Africa, and they talking about how we need to go to another continent to help them when a billion of them can't get together and help themselves. No, they can help themselves. We need to help ourselves. And when you talk about help, we shouldn't help ourselves. We should just believe in this. No, man, you too grown for that. Stop. This is no. Okay. Talk about we cowards.
What's your point?
You wanted. I don't know what you are, but you definitely wanted it too, if not both. You have a good
okay. Well, let me. Okay. Can I share something with you?
That's enough. We got to get to other callers. No. Did y'all see? I let him speak. I let him go. I let him talk. The whole you shouldn't want reparations. Okay, well, what should we want? We should want America to fall on the sword. What does that mean? Have you seen Tom Cruise? Okay, yes, I've seen that movie. I know about the samurai. I know what falling on your sword means. I know what that analogy means. Yes, I've seen the Tom Cruise movie of The Last Samurai, which is kind of crazy because he's a white man. But all right, fine. I've seen that. What do you want America to do? Fall on the sword. What does that mean? I don't know. It sounds cool. Oh, all right then. Okay, you can play Dungeons and Dragons and make believe Pan-Africanism in your basement all you want to. We're over here getting real things done. Caller from area code 719. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
I'm Sharbar from Colorado Springs, Colorado. I'm calling on. I'm FBA all day. I'm calling in about this girl doing the half, she's half African, half FBA.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of look at it like white, like these biracial FBA and white folks. They come in and they think they can tell me as a black woman how I should be, but they was raised by a white woman. I think that's the same thing. They can't speak for me. They don't know nothing about what I know. They don't know nothing I'm on.
Mm-hmm.
Except for with these tethers, it's just different. Like before, I live in Colorado Springs. So it's a whole bunch of white folks, white tea people, and military. So it's all right. It's conservative. I'm a native. But now we got all these Africans and Jamaicans coming in, and it's just different. They different. I'm in the medical field, and they talk to the patients crazy, especially the black ones. I'm noticing, and I've been noticing for about the past year, like, damn, they off the chain. But I ain't know all this extra stuff was going on because I'm just up here in my white tea world trying to fight off them. But now here comes these people. I'm like, yay, some black folks, yay. But they off. So then the essence happened, and I'm just glad everything was revealed. I'm seeing how they moving, and it just, everything clicks. Because I'm like, why is these black folks so different? Like with the black, Hispanic, the Afro Latinos, I kind of figured like, okay, they just think they different. They different. But these Africans and these Caribbeans, they listen to the same music, and it's just so confusing. But yeah, that, with them being half-breed, they just kind of just need to back up and shut up. And especially if they mama is, you know what I'm saying? If they mama's African or something, they don't know nothing about this. This is mama's passing this on real heavy. I know the daddies is too, but the mamas is passing this down. And they women is heartless and just, they ain't black. I know that.
I'm gonna say, the thing is that when you're dealing with somebody who has dual identities, a lot of that, you have to automatically just be cautious because there has a higher they have a higher propensity to be confused and have mixed loyalties. All right, when they're coming from dual identity, I'm not saying all of them are bad. I'm not trying to paint them all with one broad brush, but I'm trying to say we got to be cautious of that. We have to be aware of that. When we have people who have dual ethnicities or whatever, does that automatically mean that they're bad or that we should write them off? No, not necessarily. But we have to understand the key difference with a lot of them. Like Malcolm, he was not an anchor baby. It was not, his mother didn't give birth to him just so she can stay in the country. That's not what the situation was. All right. So he was raised in a family setting, okay, where the father was in the household. These people, who a lot of them are anchor babies, so they don't have their parent in there. So it's a lot of, like, with Amanda, with Westmore, with Candace, it's a lot of them who have resentment. And you got to think about it. The thing is that the mother is the first teacher, and this is why having a two-parent household, even if they're gonna be half FBA or whatever, you have to understand the mother is the first teacher, but what the father's role is in the household is to set the structure of the house. Okay, it's to be the example of the structure in the house. With the father, not with the father, if the father's FBA, if he's in the household, he will set the structure and the culture and establish the cultural environment of the house, which is where the mother, because the mother is supposed to, be with the father, and they're supposed to be raising the children as parents, okay, as a team, raising the children together. The mother and the father are supposed to be aligned together when it comes to their ideologies, as far as black people, as far as black empowerment, as far as blackness, like Malcolm's family was. Malcolm's mother and Malcolm's father were both in alignment, even though she was non-FBA and he was. They were both in alignment, okay? So they were able to, at least while they were together raising him, they were able to both raise him in this alignment the way it should have been before, the Klan came and the state came and whatever the case is. This is why Malcolm turned out so well. Amanda didn't have that. Candace didn't have that. Westmore didn't have that. They don't have the alignment that's supposed to be led by FBA. They don't have that alignment. So it's a lot of anger. It's a lot of confusion. It's a lot of vitriol and bitterness that they feel.
Ignorance. It's because they don't know about us at the end of the day. If I can just say, I'm doing my lineage right now because my grandmother, her mother left her when she was like 12 years old down in Mississippi. And, she was just real cold-blooded from the little bit my grandmother talked about her. But upon hearing all of this, I'm like, she was probably Caribbean watching how these women be moving. And so I'm getting all this in alignment and everything. But that's what was bringing me to that. And just watching these women in real life, and then seeing what my grandma went through, and she was a hustler. She actually ran the streets with Malcolm. She knew Cecily Tyson. Like, I got some big hitters in the FBA family, in my family. You know what I'm saying? They well versed and rounded in this. You know what I'm saying? That's why it was just so hard for like the last 3-4 years. And then we got an African mayor out here, and I'm just like, dang, this is funny because we a military town, and they kind of feel like militant, like they done send in they militant forces to the Springs to infiltrate this shit. I don't know what it is, but they weird. The women are so emotional though. That's what I don't get. They just fly off the train, ain't got no home training. They ain't no training.
Yeah.
But that's what I've been on, and I just see them like, you know, mixed white folks, like them, you know, biracial with the white, but they just black. That's it.
Yeah, and
That's
you
it.
gotta,
And not all biracial people is bad. I love them. They cute.
and
but
you gotta
no.
you gotta even think about when it comes to the biracial people or whatever the case is. Where is the alignment structure? The structure from both parents needs to be aligned with each other, which is why most biracials are thrown off. And no offense, because some of them are solid, but a lot of them are thrown off because the mom and the dad are on two different pages when it comes to raising the kid, and the kid want to be black, don't want to be black. The kid doesn't know that they're white, kind of this, kind of that. They're not aligned at all, and that early
And they white
development of
side
alignment is
treating them,
not
they
there
black.
for the kid.
I'm sorry.
So a lot of them is they're thrown off. But thank you. Get to the.
You're welcome. Thank you for your time. Keep up what you're doing.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah. Like when it comes to that, if the parents and this is why you see when it comes to certain situations, that's cool. It's cool. But if the parents are on one page, and most of the time the parents are on the page of FBA, if the parents are on the FBA page, even if one of the parents is non-FBA, but let's say the non-FBA parent is a solid rider through and through 100%, and they're aligned, the child turns out okay. The child turns out solid. The child turns out fine. But a lot of times what we're dealing with is one parent wasn't really involved. One parent was there. One parent was abusive. One parent didn't really care. And there's a lot of anchor babies going on. I had to have a kid in here just so I can stay in the country or whatever. Or, you know what I'm saying? And the parents are on two completely different pages. And the kid is mentally and psychologically split between both identities. Okay, either they're confused or they grow up hating the other one, which is what you see. Caller from area code 505. You're on live. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Peace.
Peace, brother. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Pete.
Oh, Pete. What's on your mind? Where are you calling from?
Buffalo, New York.
What's on your mind, brother?
Oh, just calling to say peace, Afro. Man, just curious, you know, FBA all the way. You know, you ever do like you know, move around like seminars or do, you know, speak-ins or come to colleges or do anything like that? Just curious.
I'm not opposed to it. Like, I guess to, you know, speaking and doing speaking engagements.
Yeah, we got some wise ones, man. Just curious what my main reason for calling. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. My main, purpose for calling. I've been, listening to you for almost a year now. And man, you be on point, man. Much respect. I'm 57. And I was Pan-African, and that's kind of what I want to just, you know, elaborate on real quick. And it's funny that caller from Charlotte, they called a little while ago, and that's, oh man, it was a perfect interlude because brothers my age, you know, and I know you listen to, you know, I listen to everybody from Willie D to you, and I tapped in, you know, because I'm busy. I work for the schools, I work with the youth. And, you know, but when I do get time to tap in online, you know, I do that because y'all build it. You know, I'm building. And for brothers my age who didn't have this access, you know, we mostly had to read. And, you know, I was big on the
real quick, like I said, I don't want to waste nobody's time. We was big. We had basically what we had was the Dr. Benz, and we was reading. I was a big reader, but my whole point is going into people my age. I want if you can haven't already, because like I said, I've been listening to you only a year. Have you had a serious, because the FBA, especially, no knock on Dr. U, because he's going through enough, but keep it all the way gully. When Dr. U started out, a lot of us, my age, was like, oh my goodness, and then we had that brother Tyreek, and we was like, but long story short, have you ever, thought about, or have you had a show talking to people, brothers my age, with that Pan-Africanism crossover we had to do? Because a lot of people, like, in my circle I talk to, they can't believe it, because I still got my red, black, and green. The red, one of my favorite songs was Marcus Garvey, rally around the red, gold, black, and green, black for the red, black, I don't know if you know the song, I ain't gonna waste, but basically, we was on that Pan-Africanism, and we didn't understand how much infiltration could set in with that, because we were so busy on, I
mean,
I don't want to waste time.
Yeah.
I know you got a lot of others, but I just want to know, have you ever had, if you haven't, we need to talk about that, because when we had to cross over from that, like my people in my circle, my cousins, my people, they can't believe that I'm all the way FBA.
And we've been I mean, I can do a thing like a special, or even if it's a speaking engagement on Pan-Africanism and all that stuff, and where it started, where it meant to go, where it eventually turned into, what it's turned into. I've been trying to talk about that as well as the subjects, but I mean, even just the history of, in the fall of Pan-Africanism, a lot of that stuff, a lot of the stuff can be discussed, so that's nothing I'm opposed to. I can make some, I guess, special time for that,
because you got,
but we got to get to, because we've been on for a minute, so there's been callers waiting, so I want to get to these other callers real fast, so thank you, brother.
I want to elaborate, because my niece, I got nephews in their 30s and 20s and 30s, right? I'll be tipping to you. But my main thing is, reason why I want to just really finish off, and like I said, I know that's why I'm trying to talk fast. I'm usually a brother that talk, like to take my, but the reason I want to, because from our perspective, the reason to switch over and the whole, how, what we can add on to that, because like I said, from the guys, from the,
and I will discuss that. We can do that. We can definitely do that.
You can do that.
Discuss that. Yep.
I appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you, brother.
It's not shout out from New York, Buffalo Soldiers, bro. For real, we got love and respect for you, bro.
All right. Thank you, brother. Thank you. All right. We talk about Pan-African. Okay. All right. Yeah. Let's just keep it pushing. Keep it pushing. Call from area code 401 4414. I said the wrong thing. 414.
That's correct. Debbie, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
What's on your mind?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, yes. I'm calling. I love you guys. I enjoy everything. See, I was born in the 60s when we had the riots and all these marches are going on. Our young women are lost. They have no self-respect for themselves nor a man. They want to be men. I appreciate that you guys are pushing everything in a positive way, because I work for the city of Wisconsin, and these Democrats are raping the living crap out of us. All of us. My ancestors are from Leland, Mississippi, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. My grandparents, my mom and dad just died. They were 110 and 100 years old. They were married for 76 years. They died 6 months apart, 2015. So you guys keep up the good work, keep pushing positivity. You got to really listen out. And I'm a PK kid, and I'm a grown woman with 3 military sons, and I'm blessed. I have fantastic parents. My father was we have land in Leland. We still have all of this. So we are owed reparations. You don't share anything No one's lost any blood, any ancestors been through anything. These Africans started coming here in the 80s, and I'm not going to hold you long.
Mm-hmm.
That's when this mess jumped off in the 80s. That's when the Democrats got into positions to start busting up households with marriages, with the breaking up the homes, when they introduced welfare and food stamps and having the women put the men out. And it's just a lot. And I'm just flashbacking. I remember when the riots came and the military was coming up and down the street dropping off food boxes, which my parents own property, own stores. Hey, guys, keep your head up high. Do the right thing, respect yourself, choose a woman the way you want to choose. If she's nothing good to you, get rid of it. But
Yes.
talk to them, try to encourage them, motivate them, and do the best you can. Stay up in prayer. And I'm praying for you guys, and keep up the good work. And I listen to you guys, and I am subscribed. Be
Okay.
blessed.
All right. Yes.
Alrighty.
Thank you, sister. Thank you. Okay. Sometimes we can appreciate the calls, but we do have we are starting to develop like an open mic where people just get to call in and ask about anything. Some of the callers have been like completely talking about something completely off subject tonight. So this isn't an open mic night. This is a mic. If you want to call and you want to talk about something that pertains to either Amanda, that pertains to the subject, the debate, or anything like that, okay, we can do that. Even if you want to comment on one of the other callers, that's fine too. But like this is not an open mic night. All right. Much respect, much love, but you know, we'll have a time for that. All right. Let's say caller from area code 443. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yeah, this is Andre. I'm calling from Baltimore, by way of New York, definitely an FBA. And, I'm calling in regard to reparations, the topic at hand. You feel me? And I definitely don't agree with all these naysayers and these tellers calling in and having everything to say negative about us and our strides and everything we went through, as far as us being who we are, and the problem is that a lot of us, we don't ever mention to them is that, when it comes to our DNA, yeah, we might have African DNA, but we never mention to them that all of that was severed during the transatlantic slave trade. So, this is one of the biggest things that I think of every time I hear the debates. And, it's just something I just wanted to express that, they really should be paying more attention to that. They always say that, oh, you don't want to separate yourself from Africa. Well, we had no choice. Understand? We had no choice in the matter. We had no choice when all of that happened. By the time today happened, 2025, we had no clue. And these are the things that they need to understand and research, that when they separated us, all these crackers and excuse my French, all these all the white American, all of who had everything to do with the slave trade, they knew to separate us so that we wouldn't have that lineage, that we wouldn't have the customs and traditions and all of those type of things. See, and no one talks about that part of it all. And if you throw that in their face and you talk about everything it is that happened afterwards, all the inventions and the culture and the traditions of, what we invented, the music and everything it is, as far as the clothes and the food, we had no choice in the matter. But no one seems to talk about that part. The lineage part that was severed when we were on our way over here. Well, we weren't on our way over here, but you know what I'm talking about as far as our DNA is concerned. So we definitely have DNA, but we had no choice in the matter of being here. So the fact that we're here, we're here, period. And the fact is, you know what? They don't like the fact that in their countries that their parents are from, the first generation, people from immigrants from wherever they're from, they know that they're doing the work of all who came against us economically. And we've been fighting an economic fight ever since. So all this nonsense that everybody's talking and everything that everybody's saying, you know, they need to really go back and do some real research and talk about that. You know, like we don't deny the DNA that's in our veins, but when we got here, we had no choice but to deal with ourselves. So it's an American thing. Okay, yeah, American. It's an English thing, whatever. But if you,
Well,
if
I'm gonna
you
give
get
you 10
conquered,
seconds. I'm gonna give you 10 seconds, and then we're gonna, because I still want to.
okay,
We've been on for a few hours now.
listen. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Do your thing. And I made my point, and that's all I wanted to say. All right.
Yes. Well, thank you, brother. Thank you. I will
All
say,
right. Take care.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
All right, brother. But let's be honest. When it comes to the DNA thing, that's a gaslighting tactic that they use only in America. Okay. If you were in Africa and you talked about well, hold on, my DNA, I did my ancestry DNA, and my ancestry DNA says I am 58 part Nigerian, 58% Nigerian. They would look at you like you're crazy. They would look at the piece of paper like you drew it. They would look at you like you're crazy. Nowhere else in the world do they care about some damn DNA. They nowhere else in the world. Go anywhere. Yeah, they be all like, we got DNA. All of that stuff that they don't care about that. They want us to care about something that they don't care about. Go to Africa, talk about, well, hold on, I'm 63% Ghanaian. They would look at you like you're insane, like you need mental help, like you need medication. So and they come over here talk about, well, what about your DNA? What about your DNA? Man, look, man, we're talking about lineage. All right, we're talking about lineage. All of that, y'all trying to gaslight us and confine us to our DNA, but y'all don't operate like that. Nah, man, we ain't. Come on now, all that's a waste of time. Now, if you want to do it, you can do it. I'm not hating on nobody doing it, but don't let nobody strong arm you to what your DNA percentage is. Don't let nobody do that. All right. Caller from area code 312. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yes, hello. My name is Lori, and I'm calling from Chicago. I am native born of this city. I traced my ancestry back to 1854, which would be my great-great-great-grandmother. And after her and my great-great-grandfather, it says unknown.
Okay.
So I am foundational, like American. I just want to call and say that I see you, young man, and I don't mean that in a condescending way. I believe that you're about my son's age. He's 35. And I am so proud of what you guys are doing. I don't agree with opinion stuff that goes on. That's not important. But I am so proud of your generation and what you're doing and what you guys are, your impact, because your impact is amazing. My mother's generation, they are listening. They are with you. My generation, and I think we're in those two things. I've been pushed into the boomer. I was pushed into the boomer by a year. Before that, I was in the other generation, but it doesn't matter. But both of those generations are merging, and we see you. And I have it first time in my life, and I don't think I'm alone on this. There is a sense of knowing, of return, of knowing that all of this stuff happened for a reason. We didn't just come here to go through what we've been through. And I know you're not going to stop.
Mm-hmm.
And this is different. This is different. And I don't want to babble a whole lot. I just want to say that what you guys are doing, what is happening, it's real and it's growing, and don't stop and don't let the naysayers, and I know you won't, because I've been hearing you, young man. I know you won't. And I am filled with so much. These are exciting times. There's a whole lot of scary shite going on right now.
Yeah.
All over.
Yes.
But this is so, it is an exciting time to be alive. I've lived long enough to be able to say that. And
yes, yeah.
I just want to say that, and I'm going to keep it going, and I'm going to land there, and thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
You too.
Bye-bye. All right. Thank you. Just got to appreciate the love. Got to appreciate the love. All right. But we've been on here for, it's been close to 4 hours now. So we're going to start wrapping things up. So we're going to have all of the callers. We're going to have all of the callers kind of be brief with your statements. I want to get to y'all, but y'all, you can't be too long-winded. Okay. Caller from area code 612. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Oh, Phil, my name is Brother Jerry Knight. Born in Chicago, raised in LA. I reside here in West St. Paul, Minnesota. And I was just basically calling in because I've been listening to everybody, and I see y'all push FBA and Pan-African real heavy. But
you said what real heavy? I couldn't hear you. What else do we push real heavy?
Pan-African. And I don't know if y'all are aware of what happened in the past 3 weeks with us original indigenous people of this land. And I never was born, even on my birth certificate, I was born in 1968, and I never had black on my birth certificate in my life. So I grew up in a community in Chicago and people in LA. We all classified ourselves what our lineage was from like Louisiana, Mississippi, which was Choctaw and Choctaw, you know, and a lot of us is Creeks, a lot of us Muskegon, and we just had the first victory since 1868. And shout out to Chief Simons, the brother who been battling for the people in Oklahoma, Louisiana, and we just got reclassified on our own land. So for the past 3 weeks, our community's been buzzing and said, "Do you see?" I said, "Yeah, I see." I said, "Now none of these brothers and sisters on YouTube, Tariq Nasheed, I met him before. I met a whole lot of Roller Mike to see him in WBA in Chicago. He the only person that was able to reach out to our people and say, congratulations. I have not heard not one FBA or Pan-African because now we see, we have roots. This is our soil. I'm a kid that used to go down to Illinois and see the mounds. We used to do everything we had.
Brother, maybe you might be new to the channel. You do understand that this is not a Pan-Africanist channel, right?
Exactly.
Because you said
it's just the ideology.
You said we push
Pan-African. Ideology. Yeah, because FBA come Pan-African, the people from Pan-African, it's like more or less FBA. Because see, you have to understand, we went through this before in 19.
Brother, FBA is a lineage. Now there have been.
Okay.
But brother, hold on.
What? Okay.
Hold on, brother. Because we got to clear this up. FBA is a lineage of people. There's millions of people in this lineage. So there are some people who were former Pan-Africanists. There are some FBAs who are still currently Pan-Africanists because it's just a lineage. You know, you wouldn't call African Americans, we were former this. No, you know, you got a mix of different people. Now, as far as this channel is concerned and what I speak about, I'm not a Pan-Africanist. You can say black first. That's not Pan-Africanism. All right. Because that to me is just black empowerment and the dismantlement of the global system of white supremacy. I do believe in that. But as far as Pan-Africanism
but also
as it stands now, no.
But also, what you have to do,
and
see
you're
what y'all
saying, hold
doing,
on,
y'all doing the same
brother,
thing, though.
hold on. Because you're saying that I guess we didn't speak on some type of achievement that you have, and I guess you're a native, or you're on a tribe.
It's not what I achieved, brother. I mean, and that's why I say, see, y'all forget a rude awakening, brother. And let me explain something to you. We went through this here in 1978 from 68 when we got what we call the 1968 Freemen and Indigenous Act. And when Jesse Jackson, he created that word African American.
For the second time, you're saying that you're indigenous, right?
I'm indigenous to this land. My grandmother, my lineage, we from Tuskegee, Mississippi, Choctaw, go all the way back to 1821.
Okay.
But
and if
when we found our lineage, look,
dude, all right. I got it. I'm not here to challenge that. I'm not here to challenge that. But I'm just missing where you're saying our or my rude awakening is coming from.
Yes, our rude awakening is coming because let me explain to you why. If you guys not paying attention, what's been going on around these reservations, how the federal government now are letting the world know these Siberians, these is not the original. They know we are. We got the same melanin looking skin, but what happened was just like Jesse Jackson. He is a certified
We're gonna move on. Here's the thing. We're gonna move on because we've already discussed this multiple times on this channel and for the culture, to be honest with you. So you're coming over here and I don't know why y'all feel like this is the channel to get your I got your moments from, but you're not gonna pull a I got your moment.
No, brother.
Saying, brother,
it's not about I got you moment.
As far as brother,
it's not I got you moment. I'm saying you said a million people.
You're not gonna overtalk.
Okay, but say you said
so we're not gonna do this anymore. All right, so we're just gonna hang up on you. How about that? Because you're not gonna overtalk me. We've been doing that. We've been talking about the fact that there were black people who've been indigenous prior to the slavery and all of that. We've been on that. Okay. So you're coming over here, oh, you FBAs and Pan-Africanists, y'all in for a rude awakening because of something that you late. You are late, not us. Oh man. All of them want to come in with the I gotchas, and they miss every time. It's so sad. Caller from area code 631. You're on live. What's your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, my name is Tony. Yo, can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, my name is Tony H, and I'm from Emeryville, Long Island, New York. And I appreciate you guys, man. I'm really proud, like the other woman said, because I was born in '63. And I remember my brothers and sisters were Panthers. And I was little, but we had the meetings, all that stuff. And I remember the red, black, and green, all of that. We were kind of, I think then they didn't understand, what was going on. And there was this young lady, African young lady on the channel today. And she was talking so reckless and so disrespectful, and she really sounded like a white supremacist. But I understand that where they come from, it's not as great as they're portraying that it is. We see it, and you come over here and you're trying to replace us, with the idea, we're better than those Black Americans. We're better, than the FBA and the FBA, that's the hate group, all that type of stuff. And I know what it is. My nephew traced my father's lineage down to 1600. We had crazy acres of land out here in Huntington, Long Island. And they took that land from my father's parents and everything, great-grandparents or whatever, and they made golf courses and all this stuff. The Shinnecock, he's linked to the Shinnecock Indian tribe out here.
Mm-hmm.
One of the oldest tribes in the United States, and they're black. They're black.
No.
They were mixed in, with the Siberian or Mongoloid looking ones, but that tribe is mainly black. And like how everything gets whitewashed, and then it gets bled out, and that's what happened over there.
That's true. I'm gonna give you 20 seconds because I gotta get to.
All right, thank you, man. But what is very important? It's very important that you guys keep this up. You know what I'm saying? Because what they're doing, they're siding with the white supremacists. They're trying to erase us and all that stuff. And Dr. Clark was right. We don't have any friends, nothing like that. And it's really us and all of us who are here. The FBA, it's a lineage, heritage, and culture. It's like if your great grandparents or whatever were sharecroppers or whatever, man. And that's just the one thing I don't understand with some black people. That why don't we understand that? FBA, that's what we should go by, to me. Yeah. And then to take it a little further, it should be an FBA national damn independent party to really go hard and get these things.
Yeah, there's a lot we gotta accomplish, brother. It's a lot of work we gotta do. But this is why when I say reparations, it means it's a lot. And we do y'all need to get that your property back, that land back
now.
But brother,
and
all right.
It's gonna come out, but man, I wish you guys the best, man. You dudes are tops, man. I appreciate you young brothers, man, and keep doing what you're doing. All right, you be blessed, man. You have a great night, man.
All right, you too. All right. Caller from area code 313. You're on live. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Clyde Shabazz, Detroit, Michigan. Greetings, great young minister of FBA Code Soldier. How are you tonight, sir?
I'm good, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing well as usual. Always am honored and pleased to chime in and chop it up with you, sir, and appreciate the work. I want to go back to the sister from Chicago that gave you your flowers and knew she was on it. You've touched a lot of hearts in the baby boomer, which I am a part of. I'm in my 60s, and the older blacks, some of whom are in their 70s, 80s, and 90s, up to Dr. Claude Anderson's age. And what you're seeing now is the work that you've been doing in the new black media is that it's starting to resonate now. I send texts to people in my age group all the time, particularly black older females who are in that 92% who've been voting Democrat. And just by way to let you know, too, I'm born in Oklahoma City. So that guy who called in with the criticism about, trying to give you, I got your moment, there's a lot of emotional older black people who don't really know how to articulate themselves. Roland Martin did a piece acknowledging that the Creeks won a legal battle on their case, but I know Black Authority did something on that, and you may have done something on that.
I did. I talked about that. That's why he was like, "Oh, okay. You guys, I got you." No, I'm like, "No, you didn't. We already discussed that when it happened."
They kill me with that, but anyway, that's neither here nor there. And I'm Choctaw, so I got Afro, Indo, and Euro. My daddy is a Creole from Lake Charles, so I got all three. So I can speak to all of that. But anyway, I'm also in the National Green Party. I'm a National Commission member. And, I am putting it out there that I helped to write the national platform where we have a lineage-based cash reparations platform and a federal anti-Black hate crimes agenda. Both of them are at the center of that. So in 2026, 2028, that will be a landing plane opportunity or option for Black people. And I'm putting it out there. And I'm willing to come on there and debate the platform and talk to you even more. You have my information, so you can jot it down and feel free to, scrutinize me and the platform and the party and that sort of thing too. But like the lady said from Chicago, she's glad to be alive because she can sense that energy with our youth like yourselves and us taking on the mantle of what Dr. Claude Anderson was trying to tell us back in the 90s. And I remember that because I'll admit I was on the Pan-Africanist tip with the Kufi and the Kintiquap and all the rest of it. But having traveled to Africa and seen what I've seen and know what I know from dealing with Cobra and all these different groups, we have no friends. And it's up to us to delineate and do what we're doing and gatekeep our culture. And this got a lot of people shook, and you can tell overseas and even amongst our own. So I'll land the plane there. As usual, I appreciate you. Great Minister of Code. Keep doing what you're doing. You on point, soldier. Love you much, young brother.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let's look into that. If we can get some politicians on there that's pushing our agenda, we got to look into that. Thank you for your call. Caller from area code 267. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Can you hear me, Blake Alpha?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm good?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Ken from Philadelphia. Ken from Philadelphia. We just got to call it, man. FBAs, we got to call it out, man. We that last dude, not the last dude, but let's do a couple calls before. These Indians, we got to call them for what they is, man. Some of these Indian people are ops. We just got to call it. This Indian stuff is an op to take our reparations. We heard their agenda. The Democrats don't lie about their agenda. They tell the agenda straight up front. Biden told us, all the liberals tell us that they're not giving us no reparations in America unless they can give it to Indians. And what they tell us is that we giving y'all reparations to Indians, and Indians can decide who are Indian, what FBA is an Indian, and they'll give the reparations to you. When what the hell do us being Indians got to do with slavery? Like paperwork show that ain't got nothing to do with being an Indian. Yeah, I'm not Indian. I'm an Aboriginal FBA. I'm not an Indian. Indians betrayed FBAs. They kicked all the black people out the tribes. They enslaved us. What the hell you want to be an Indian for when they enslaved us and kicked us out the tribes? We Aboriginal, but we ain't got nothing to do with no Indian. Same thing with Biden. He went over to Africa. They want to give it to Africans or Indians. That's the thing. We're going to give y'all reparations to Africans. He went to Africa, gave them an apology, and gave them $55 billion of our reparation money. So he gave our money to Africans in Africa, an apology for what I don't know when they was helping them. And then he told us to our face, and all the liberals told us to our face, they're not giving us nothing in America unless they can give it to Indians. That's the ops. They ops, man. They tell us our agenda to our face. I don't know why we're not getting it. That Indian thing is another Democrat agenda. Just like this Amanda Seals thing is a Democrat agenda. They tell us to our face. They're going to try to make being FBA a lineage liberal. It don't make no sense. Like, no, you're lineage. You can be conservative. You can be liberal. You can be independent. Why y'all trying to make our lineage liberal? So the Democrats don't lie, man. They put the agenda out front. They tell us out front what it is, and we got to change that. We can't go all of a sudden they getting wins now. These Indians getting wins when we pushing for reparations hard, and we destroying the Democrats and forcing them to give us reparations. Now all of a sudden y'all getting wins as being Indians. Man, get out of here, man. Y'all ops, man. Get out of here. We're not Indians. I'm not Indian. I'm Aboriginal. I'm not an Indian. I don't care about them traitors. Most of them Indians betrayed FBAs. That's why all of a sudden we was enslaved by them. And they kicked us out of all the tribes, and they renamed us Negroes. And now all of a sudden, they're going to get our reparations now when they already got reparations. So we got to get off that, man. We got to call these people out, man. You are op. Y'all ain't getting no wins. You're trying to get our reparations. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to get our reparations. And we're not having it. Y'all and the Africans, Indians and Africans, you're not getting our reparations. It's only going to us, and it's going to be controlled by us. If it go to y'all, it's not reparations for FBAs then. I don't care if some FBAs get it through that way. It's not reparations for us. Reparations to us is directly only to us and controlled by us. I don't care what Biden say. Y'all leader. I don't care what y'all Democrat leaders say. And that's all I'm going to say, man. I'm going to land my drum.
Appreciate you, brother. I appreciate Afro Elite, brother.
Afro Elite.
Appreciate you. All right. Okay, let me clear that up. Let's address this. Let's address this. Okay. To be short, because I don't want to spend too much time. I want to get to the other the callers. But let's be honest, there's a lot of people who claim to be Indian that are not Indian. There's a lot of $5 Indians all up in these tribes and stuff like that. These are pretty much Europeans who got native reservations, who got native citizenship. That's pretty much what it is. These are Europeans and descendants of Europeans. Some of them are East Asian or have East Asian mixture who are who just got native citizenship, okay, or are recognized as indigenous or whatever the case is. So he's right. We got to make sure that we're very clear with the lineage, okay? And you being from American chattel slavery, you being a descendant of American chattel slavery, because you do have some of them who will be all like, well, okay, well, if I'm an Indian or whatever the case is, we should get reparations too. So a lot of us are indigenous because we were here before Europeans. So we just got to make sure we clear the language up, because that's one of the things that they're going to try to do. They're going to try to have us get mixed in with a bunch of really non-indigenous indigenous, you know what I'm saying? So we just got to make sure we clear the language up, you know, because I don't want somebody who looked like Justin Timberlake to claim to be, well, I'm Indian, so I get to get a part of a reparation. So, you know, we got to clear the language. All right. We got to clear the language up. All right. Just to make sure everything is the way it's supposed to be. Caller from area code 504. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling?
How you doing, my brother? It's Kev 504. I'm from New Orleans, uptown New Orleans in the third ward. And what I wanted to say is, I think that a lot of people, you also got to realize that, first of all, the push and the movement that you're making now, they ain't nothing new. We've been on this, right? Mm-hmm. You know, I'm glad that we got modern technology now that we can all communicate and talk to one another. The frame of mind has still come back from the old days of when we had movements with Oakland, California, and Black Panthers and stuff like that. That mentality hasn't left yet. I think people need to definitely start speaking on their heritage and lineage and stuff like that. My people are from Hattiesburg, Mississippi, in St. Francisville, Louisiana. My grandmother was a Native American, right? So when the brothers say Indian, you got to understand they got some Black Indians, Native American people that didn't get in with none of that reparations. They were too dark. They mixed in with a lot of Black people, right? Not old descendants of slaves. That's why you see, when you look in New Orleans and you see those Indians and Mardi Gras Indians and stuff, those aren't descendants of slaves. Those are their people, you know, even though we look alike, you know, so you got that kind of history still going. Mm-hmm. Also, one thing that, and I'm, you know, of course I'm happy and proud that you bringing this stuff out, out in the open and keep doing that. But as far as the Democratic Party and stuff like that, you know, I can never get along with that because one, they hell bent on not paying reparations, right? Yeah. So you got to make a statement on that. That's like when Obama said, back in the days when Obama said, asked Obama about reparations, he said, he interrupted the interviewer and said, oh, hold on, wait, it don't work like that. Okay, well, how does politics work then? If we can't get what we want and fight and get what we want. So you got to understand that he was never on the team. Mm-hmm. And same thing with some of these others. We got to get some more FBA Black people who are not corrupted by APAC money in the public office. That's what we got to do, because we got too many in there now. They do got a few brothers and sisters that's not in the limelight like you have on television on CNN. They still push for that. Dr. Cornel West and he said a couple other brothers and things like that. But never have we have been with anybody else. That Pan-Africanism shit never came down here to the South. That's up there in New York and stuff like that. They kind of get down with that. We never even heard of it down here. That don't even matter to us down here, right? Because everything becomes black and white when you get from Texas all the way to the Carolinas, and then you have some Indian folks. But I will tell people this, listen, they're jealous of us. Africans and Indian people from India, they look at us as slaves. They don't understand how slaves came up and still became one of the most dominant people. Africans hate it, it's just my opinion. Africans don't like that. That's why you hear them say, we're above you. That's because they think that we slaves. That's their mentality. How do y'all get that? There's no group of people that came this far and still kicking and still as strong as FBA Black American. You ain't gonna find that nowhere.
That's true. I'm gonna give you 10 seconds,
nowhere.
and then I'm gonna you got to get to the last couple of callers.
Right, all right, my brother. But just keep on pushing that. They got a whole lot of things that we just got to get together and make sure we understand that. And Africans, they never liked us. I worked with one in 1994, and he Nigeria. None of them. And when Essence Fest started losing its steam when you take out New Edition off the lineup and Commodores and Frankie Beverly and Mays, you got a problem when it came down to the entertainment. And once they did that 3 years ago, because I used to be a waiter in the French Quarter, that was it. So that turned.
All right.
But thank y'all. Keep talking, big brother.
All right. Thank you, brother. We're just going to get to a couple more callers real quick, and then we're going to wrap things up. We got people just going to call in indefinitely, and we just can't be here all night. Caller from area code 608. You're on live. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, I am Carolyn. I am calling from Wisconsin, but I was born and raised in Philadelphia. My mother is FBA. My father is Trinidadian, but he's cool too. Okay, so I am trying to piggyback off of the DNA thing. Just because we may have DNA from Africa, that does not mean we're African. And I'm just saying that for those who can't quite understand, because there are white people who have African DNA, and they're not considered African anything. So they are white, we are Black Americans. I just want people to get that straight. That's really what all I wanted to say, because it just doesn't make sense. Just because somebody has a little bit of African in their DNA, we just got to claim Africa. Nobody in my family, no generation of my ancestors have been to Africa, not even on my dad's side. So don't call me African American. I am Black American. African Americans are the people who actually lived in Africa and then moved to America. They are African Americans. But nobody in my family has been to Africa. Generations after generations of ancestors, never been to Africa. So my mom's side has always been on this land. So respect the FBA lineage. That's really all I have to say.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
I mean, and that's very true. I mean, all of that DNA stuff, that really doesn't matter, and nobody else in the world takes that serious. Nobody else in the world operates that way, where your lineage is somewhat is superseded by your DNA. Nobody does that, and nobody has ever, and it doesn't make sense for us to do that.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you. Have a good one.
So people need to understand that.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You have a good one. All right, appreciate the call. Yeah, all that African did, that's just so they can sit up there and strong arm you to claiming Africa. All that DNA stuff, come on now. DNA is still a new science. DNA is not no ancient science. They just really started getting the technology to even determine DNA. So it doesn't even work like that. So yeah, we just not doing that. You know what I'm saying? As far as determine, we're not doing that. But we're gonna get to this call, then we're gonna wrap things up. Caller from area code 864. You're on live. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Hi, my name is Miss M, and I'm from North and South Carolina, raised in New Jersey, and I'm an Israelite.
Okay.
If I say that, that cuts off every other conversation you just had all night. Pan-Africanism, where I'm from, whatever. Either you are or you're not. And the spirit tells you who you are or not.
Okay.
And the gifts are for the Israelites. There's nothing else to be said. And I appreciate your time. I watch you, and I appreciate a young brother which you show that you have. I have 5 sons, proud mother of 5 sons and 2 daughters. Let's just cut all this back and forth out. That, you know, I'm paying African, or I'm half this, I'm half that. I mean, no. Either you are a chosen person or you're not. And you can't fit in where you don't belong. You can't fit in. Well, I'm this, and I'm half this, and what? Okay. I'm an Israelite.
Okay.
What else can you add? What else can you add to that? I mean, what else can anybody add to that?
Okay.
Well, how do you know you're Israelite? I mean, people just keep on just.
Can I ask a question real quick? Can I ask a question real quick though? As far as like reparations are concerned, who do you feel like are owed reparations? Because I know different. I've listened to different Israelites, and some people have different opinions on different things. So I just want to know your opinion on it.
You talking about money reparations?
Reparations from America for slavery.
Okay, well, my point of view is, because I'm not speaking for every Israelite, because either you are one or you're not. So I'm speaking from the point of the scriptures.
Okay.
My get back don't come from this government or any other government on this planet. It's going to come back in a way that the scriptures say. That's going to be my reparation for all of the harms that this world has done to my people, to God's people.
Okay.
That's the way it's going to come. It's not going to come in money. I got to spend money, and I got to.
Okay, that's all I needed to. I'm not, I get it. I just wanted to ask you that, just to, Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
And thank you for taking my call.
All right. You're welcome. You have a good night.
You too.
All right. All right. To the rest of the calls, I understand some of y'all, this is like your second time calling back. It's last on air. So we're going to have to wrap things up here. We've been on for a pretty long time tonight. We've been on for like 4.5 hours tonight. So I'm pretty sure y'all, it's 12 o'clock. It is 12 o'clock. We got to wrap things up. I appreciate y'all calling in. I really do. I really do appreciate y'all calling in. Make sure y'all call in again next time, but we were just going to be here all night indefinitely. All right. So appreciate y'all. Thank you. Just call in next time. All right. Okay. All right. Yeah, it's 1 a.m. in certain places, and we still almost 900 people in here deep. Here's the thing. I'm not here to tell nobody, to coach nobody's religion. I'm not here to do that. The thing is though, as far as what the government owes me money. The government owes me money, and I'm not sitting up there going to ignore my check that the government owes me. All right, that's my way of paying the ancestors back, is make sure I get my check. Okay, that's my way of paying homage. Make sure I get my check. So, okay, and people's belief, I respect people's belief, but I need my check. That's what I need. Okay, I respect people's belief, though. I ain't sitting up there trying to be shady, but I need my check. So yeah, come on. Where's my? Come on with it now. That's how I feel about it. Okay, that's how I feel about it. Let's get to some of because we still got some super chats we got to acknowledge. Shout out to Sage, my brother Sage. She says, Afro, Malcolm X's mother was half Grenadian and half white. Her mother was by a Scottish person. Okay, so he's from Scotland, which would make Malcolm X 25% Grenadian, 25% white, and 50% FBA. That's a good point. That is a good point. That is a very good point. You know what I'm saying? So technically, even if you want to use DNA, technically Malcolm is majority FBA. And that's the culture he was raised in. All right. Chuck says, is that the reason why why they point their finger so hard at single motherhood in the Black community? Most of my family and peers had 2-parent homes. Let's be honest, they do that a lot. It's a lot of stereotyping that FBA homes are just like riddled with single parent homes. Not really. Now, some families, they split up. That's what happens. Divorce is not a new thing. It's not a Black only thing. But for the most part, there are a lot of Black families that live together. And there are a lot of Black people who grew up in 2-parent households. And even if they didn't, there's a lot of Black people who grew up and both of their parents were very active in their life. So the narrative of, oh, you guys have abandoned, your father isn't there, a lot of that is a projection. A lot of that is a projection. A lot of that is because you're an anchor baby. So your whole birth was for the purpose of having your parents stay in the country. Okay, and I'm not trying to shame you for that. It's not your fault, but that's the situation you were born into. So you're projecting a lot of them. Candace does this a lot. A lot of them project the feeling of abandonment onto the rest of the community. And we don't have that feeling towards our fathers. All it is, your father isn't there. No, Candace, you got a lot of emotional trauma and projecting that you're doing. Okay, that's where that comes from, which is where you see a lot of the resentment from Black men and all of that stuff. That's where that comes from, because we don't have that. And that stereotype that y'all be the Black fathers isn't there, that's not really true. Actually, that's not true. Statistics has debunked that as well too. Tell it like it is. He says our delineation sets the whole diaspora and even our homegrown goofballs scrambling for cover. They do. Everybody it's a new day, and everything is changed. Everything is changing. So thank you very much. That's very true. Dr. David, appreciate Dr. David B. Foley. Appreciate the super chat, super sticker. My brother Cyberdon sends a super sticker. Nikki says, to add on to that, we need as many of us to get into our genealogy, get our genealogy done, to have documentation that proves our lineage and can't be challenged. That's true. Everybody is not that hard nowadays. There's different websites that do it. So, it's very easy for us to just have that on deck for us to verify that. Because the thing is, if you FBA, even if you don't have the documentation, and how is because if you're an immigrant, you're an immigrant. Nobody's like, oh, wow, I didn't know I was Haitian. Like, no, you're an immigrant. If you were an immigrant, your parents know, your grandparents know, your family knew where they came from. So if you FBA, you FBA, but you still got to prove that. You still got to document that, have that documentation. So it's good for us to all get that documentation, and all get that proof ready. All right. My life been exchanged for ours FBA or for yours FBA, says brother from Chicago. Just call you. Keep it. Oh, that's my brother from Chicago. Brother from Chicago. Just call you. Keep it up. Loving it, brother. Hey, shout out to Chicago. Shout out to my Chicago family. Appreciate you. Appreciate y'all. Marcus, please do For the Culture on a daytime setting. We do sometimes. Are you talking about our premieres? You want the premieres to be a little bit earlier? Okay. Like if you want premieres, is that maybe that's what you're referring to, the premieres to be a little bit earlier. All right. Linus, our sister Linus Bless says, FBA coined it. You are a Zen master. Much respect. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you. FBA Jedi, I said FBA Jedi. Jedi Sage says, keep up the good work. Thank you very much. May the force be with you. Janita says, when the When is 3 next call-ins? When is the next call-ins? I want to catch the next one since I got off work late. I appreciate your wisdom, patience, and the work you put in. Much love and respect. I'm not sure when the next one is. I know I want to do another just call-in episode. I know I'm definitely going to do another call-in episode. I don't know if we're going to do one before that though. But I'll say early in the week. I'll like announce Monday when the next call-in, when next one. You know what I'm saying? Because you guys didn't even know tonight. So, you know what I'm saying? I want people to like make, be ready. Okay. Luncha says, thank you for your work, our FBA brother. Appreciate that and appreciate your support. Appreciate everybody's support. Thank you very much for that. All right. Okay. All right. Well, everything is the way it's supposed to be. The thing is that going back to the situation with Amanda, going back to that, Amanda is starting to pivot. At first, it was carrying water for the Democratic Party, and now you don't see her carrying water for the Democratic Party anymore. Now you're seeing her openly criticizing the Democratic Party and talking about how the Democratic Party isn't doing anything for Black people, which is not the original stance she took. She originally was out there, if you guys don't remember, she was originally out there talking about the Black community has misogyny war and there's a lot of sexist Black people, Black men, and there's rape culture in the Black community. She was saying that a lot. And a lot of that is because she has a lot of resentment for her FBA family. Okay. Now, if she didn't, I'm not going to say Amanda has on Jubilee, great points. Amanda can have great points. I will give credit where credit is due, and she would be very good. She would be a very good asset. But the thing is that when you have shown that you are battling this internal fight with your FBA side and your immigrant side, wherever that may be, when you're showing that you have some issue with your allegiance, then we just can't put you in a position, because we can elevate somebody and then next thing you know, they flip the script and now we got to clean up the mess you made. We can't afford to do that. So this is why I'm saying that the fact that you're not in alignment, because and it has to start from a very young age, like it did with Malcolm. When you're not in alignment with where Black empowerment needs to be, with your FBA culture, when you grow up with some type of resentment of FBA culture, of Black men, of your father, when you grow up with that stuff, then it's going to develop into something toxic, whether that's hate, whether that's confusion, it's toxicity nonetheless. And we can't have you go up there, because it's like dealing with somebody, and no disrespect, but it's honestly like dealing with somebody who's bipolar. You might have one good day, 2 good days, 3 good days, a whole week or 2. That's great. And then next thing you know, just bam, you have an episode where your emotions is all over the place, like having multiple personality disorders. And I'm not saying that she has that, even though she did diagnose herself with autism. I'm not saying she has multiple personality disorders, but I'm saying you wouldn't put a person who has multiple personality disorders in charge of a school, would you? You wouldn't put somebody who has multiple personality disorders as a general in charge of an army, would you? Would you do that? No, you wouldn't do that. Okay. Even if most of the time they're cool, most of the time they're cool, if they still got that issue, you just can't do that, because their position is too important and it would cause too much damage for them to flip. So this is why we have to be careful when it comes to people who got this dual allegiance, because yeah, you might be cool some of the time, and then next thing you know, you might have a trigger set you off, and then you flip, and now we got to do damage control. Can't have that. Can't do it. Okay. You can't have your life growing, repping your immigrant background, repping your immigrant history, repping Grenada, and then next thing you know, all of a sudden, okay, now it's a whole bunch of FBA talking points. Now you on Jubilee delineating. And I'll give you credit for that. You're right. Even what you said about Obama, you're right. Even what you said about Kamala, you're right. I will give you credit where credit is due. But as far as your position goes, it's already a done deal. Yeah, it's a done deal. Okay. It is what it is. It's a done deal. And now we know really the diagnosis of a lot of these anchor babies. A lot of these anchor babies, just ask them. These anchor babies don't grow up in two-parent households, which is why you see a lot of projection, a lot of anger, a lot of spite, jealousy. These anchor babies are damaged from childhood, and it's not their fault. It's unfortunate, but it's not our fault either. I can't blame you because your father wasn't there, but I can't let you damage the community because your father wasn't there either. It may not be your fault that you didn't grow up in a two-parent household, but it's not our fault. And it's my responsibility to make sure you don't cause no damage. Get therapy, get help, find yourself or do whatever you need to do. But it's my responsibility to be a vanguard and protect the community. It's our responsibility to do that. So yeah, it's a done deal. Your position has already been set. It's already done. It's already done. But I would appreciate it if you guys, before y'all leave, because we've been on here for damn near 5 hours. So I will appreciate that if you guys left a like. This is a good way to close the week out, don't y'all think? I would appreciate that if you guys hit that like button. All right. We had a whole bunch of people in here, so y'all hit that like button. I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you all for that. All right. Y'all hit that subscribe button. Y'all hit that notification bell. Make sure y'all do that. Y'all can, if you want extra notifications, follow on social media, which is great. That's cool. That's wonderful. Y'all make sure y'all do that. But we're very important. Subscribe, double check. Make sure you hit that like button. All right. So we can keep the channel growing. We can keep more people coming. We can keep the message going. All right. Now, with that being said, I know y'all need to get some sleep. I need to get some sleep. We up in the wee hours of the morning on FBA business. I love it. I'm pretty sure y'all in y'all bed with y'all pillows laying down right now. Like, man, as soon as he's done, I'm turning TV off. But thank y'all, because y'all still here. Y'all still here. So thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you. With that being said, y'all have a good night, family. I appreciate y'all. Black first as always, and y'all stay blessed.